Thank you very much. Chairperson, I can just say that as the HOD, I'm supported by the two DDGs in the Department of CoGTA. And Chairperson, due to the nature of the presentations required from the Portfolio Committee, as opposed to the department making a high-level presentation, we thought it was prudent that the municipalities be invited themselves, that they remain accountable for the presentations and they remain accountable for the work that needs to be done. So it is within that context, Chair, that all the municipalities are here. I have received some apologies from municipal managers. I have accepted that on condition that the teams that's responsible for infrastructure and water is represented in this meeting, and all the representatives are in this meeting. Chairperson, I would ask that the colleagues introduce themselves as they table the presentation, but Chair, both the City of Tshwane, City of Ekurhuleni, Sedibeng, and even Ervat, they are also in the meeting to table the presentations. And Chair, when it comes to the first presentation under item 5, Chair, I can just say that both MEC of CoGTA, MEC Finance, MEC Economic Development, we have conducted the oversight visit to Rooiwal, where we have met with the executive mayor, the city manager, and also the technical teams. And because the teams are all working together as part of the intergovernmental relations team, we felt it was important that we present one presentation. Both the technical presentation, the governance work that's been done will be tabled by the City of Tshwane, and the City of Tshwane is then represented by Mr. Dumisani Kupuza. He is the divisional head in the City of Tshwane. So the presentation will be tabled by them. Also, Chairperson, the infrastructure team is here. Once the presentation is made by the City of Tshwane, I will allow the team from CoGTA to make any further inputs. We can then open up for questions. Chair, with that said, can I hand over to the team from Tshwane to take us through the presentation? And Chair, the presentations were submitted yesterday. I trust it was received. And maybe if the Secretariat can just screen the presentation for us. Chair, thank you very much. Tshwane?
Good morning to the Portfolio Chair, Portfolio Committee members, CoGTA, other municipalities, colleagues, good morning. My name is Dumisani Kupuza. I'm the Divisional Head for Water and Sanitation, Infrastructure Planning and Implementation in the City of Tshwane. What I'm going to be taking you through is what we are doing in relation to Hammanskraal and the linkage with the Rooiwal wastewater treatment works. We cannot separate the two. They are interconnected. In as much as the current challenges are experienced at Hammanskraal, we had previously, as the city, implemented upgrades at the Temba water treatment plant, where it was increased in capacity from 60 megaliters per day to 120 megaliters a day, with additional treatment, new technologies. But until we are able to resolve the issues upstream at the Rooiwal wastewater treatment works, we will not have the downstream water treatment plant operating as it should and as effectively as it should. So in as much as we'll be talking about Rooiwal, but it is, if we address Rooiwal, then the issues at Hammanskraal will consequently be addressed. If we can move on. Now, the issues that we have as a problem statement, Chair, is that the Rooiwal wastewater treatment works was meant to be upgraded and its capacity increased many years ago. As early as 2008, we were supposed to have done an 80 megaliter capacity upgrade, and Next year, we should have been doing an additional 50 megaliters upgrade. So where we're standing now, we're basically 130 megaliters behind in terms of capacity upgrades. So, and that is what is putting us in the position that we're in. Now, the issue is that the master plan was not funded. The issues were identified, but funding to then address the capacity constraints were not available at the moment. Now, which then means that the capacity of the plant currently to treat the wastewater that is generated from the city is not sufficient. Rooiwal treats about over 30%, almost 35% of the entire wastewater from the city of Tshwane alone. So it is a significantly huge area that it serves, and there has been population growth, developments, and so forth, which are impacting then on the capacity of the plant to adequately treat the wastewater. I'm not sure who's controlling next, I guess. Okay. Now, if we look at the capacity constraints, in terms of flow, the plant is 140% overloaded, 170% overloaded in terms of organic loading. Because you would design a wastewater treatment plant to according to a particular load that it must treat. So the concentration of the effluent that you're receiving and the volume would give you the load. If the volume increases, then your load, it affects your load. If the concentration changes, it affects your load. So the plant is severely overloaded. Added to that is that the plant does not have sufficient settling capacity. As a result, we have solids that should be settled at the PSTs actually going through the entire plant, affecting the treatment processes. And these are some of the areas that we then sought to address with phase one of the wastewater treatment works. If you can, next slide. Now, in as much as we have the challenges with Rooiwal, what we sought then to do, what the city has implemented in the Hammanskraal area over time, is that given the current infrastructure and the configuration of the infrastructure, the eastern part of Hammanskraal, we engaged with Magalies Water to then be able to supply us with more water than they normally would, where we configured our network so that the eastern part of Hammanskraal is now being supplied water by Magalies Water. And that supply was about 20 megaliters a day. That has been reduced now to 10 megaliters a day because of Magalies Water now has to supply our adjoining municipality from the same treatment plant. Now, the western part of the Hammanskraal area, we then tapped onto rainwater. In 2018, we concluded a project where we built a pipeline from the Soshanguve all the way into the Hammanskraal West area. Therefore, we're able to supply that area about 20 megaliters a day. And it is only the central part of Hammanskraal that, given the constraints, infrastructure and supply constraints, we could not be supplied by those alternative means, which meant as a city then, led us as a city then to supply that central part with water from the Temba water treatment plant for alternative uses, flushing your toilet and doing other things, but also the provision of water tankers in order for people to be able for potable water uses, to drink, to cook, and so forth. Next slide. Now this shows what I've been talking about, where that eastern part that's now was reconfigured and being supplied by Magalies Water, that western part that is now supplied through the Soshanguve DD pipeline And this is now the central part that remains an area of concern at the moment. So as we are looking at interventions as well, we've catered in terms of how then do we address that central part in the interim. Next slide. Now, in terms of the recent outbreak, I think the chairperson has already mentioned that with the recent cholera outbreak, there has been no linkage of the cholera outbreak to our water or wastewater treatment works, but also that we as a city have always been and continue to do routine analysis at all our water and wastewater treatment works against, for the water treatment works, against the SANS 241 national standard. And we monitor quite a number of things. I will not go into those details. Next slide. Now we have entered into a collaboration with the National Department of Water and Sanitation. We were at a point with the National Department where we at loggerheads because of the issues at Hammanskraal and Rooiwal. With the National Department even taking us to court. It got to a point where the two political heads decided, let's not fight each other, let's rather work together because we want the same outcome at the end of the day. And now this resulted then in the collaboration between ourselves and the National Department, and also then brought in other parties to the collaboration. So this part of the presentation highlights the work that is being done as part of that collaboration. Next slide. I think we can move to the next slide. Those are some of the members in that collaboration. CoGTA is also, after the last visit, oversight visit, there was an agreement that CoGTA would then form part of this collaboration, and that has been escalated as well to our principals, even National Department, and there's been agreement to such. So going forward, we'll be working with provincial CoGTA on the matters. Next slide, please. I think, Chair, I will not dwell into some of those issues, but basically, as I've said, there's collaboration between the departments, and the city obviously will have to put in some of its money into completing of phase one, but there's additional work that is required going forward because phase one of the Rooiwal wastewater treatment works was to refurbish and upgrade what is currently existing with an addition of some primary settling tanks to improve the settleability there. But we still need that 130 megaliters upgrade. So there are further phases as well, and hence we have National Treasury, DBSA, and all other parties involved in the collaboration. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now that's the main part of Rooiwal. The area as a whole is much bigger. I think it's about 55 hectares. That's the size of the plant. The plant was originally in the 1950s when it was constructed. The new phases were completed in 1983, and there's been no further capacity upgrades since then, and hence where we are. Now the Rooiwal West, 40 megaliters trickling facilities, which is mostly we're not able to use at this moment. Rooiwal East, 50 megaliters, but that treats also water from the eastern side of the city, overflows from Tasport and Zikoghat. But the main part of contention and where the focus is, which treats the water from the center of the city up to the north of the city, is the Rooiwal North, which has a current capacity of 150 megaliters. That was now the design capacity, but because of the changes in terms of the concentration of the sewage, that had to be re-rated down to 110 megaliters a day. So that's the capacity of that plant. Next slide. Now, going forward, now in the short term, looking at the Hammanskraal area, we will continue with the provision of water through water tankers currently, and that is ongoing. Now, we are also looking at ways of, in the interim, improving our treatment processes through alternative technologies to improve the quality that gets discharged at Rooival. And also, in the short term as well, with the partnership with the National Department, Magali's water has been brought on board. That central part we looked at on the map, that consumes at least 40 megaliters a day. So there is an agreement now whereby Magali's water would procure and construct package water treatment plants to produce that 40 megaliters a day, and that water will then be provided to the city to provide clean water to that central part that is currently being supplied by water tankers. And we are working with Magali's water then on that to be able to provide that in the interim. Next slide. When it comes now to phase one of the Rooival wastewater treatment works, this is where the 450 million rands comes in. About 350 million rands will go towards the completion of phase one of the Rooival wastewater treatment works. The phase one had started. It had progressed up to 68%, and then the contractor was terminated due to performance issues. Now, in addition to just the remaining scope that needed to be completed, we'll be adding, as part of concluding phase one, 2 additional primary settling tanks to help with the quality of the effluent in the short term. And then from that point onwards, while working on that, we then need to start working on phase 2 and phase 3. A decision has been made to combine phase 2 and phase 3. Phase 2 would have been the 80 megaliters per day upgrade, and phase 3 a 50 megaliters upgrade. But given the time frames that I showed before, the second upgrade will be required by the end of next year anyway. And by the time we conclude phase 2, we might already be in a shortfall. Hence the decision to then combine the 2 phases. So we are going to be going out, we're looking at increasing capacity by 130 megaliters a day. That's so combining phase 2 and phase 3. Now, there's quite a bit of work that needs to go into preparing for that next phase. The city does not have the money that is required to implement that. So there's quite a bit of work, and that's why National Treasury has been brought on board. The DBSA has been brought on board. Some of the money will be used towards feasibility studies and other things to get us to a point where we can source the money required to implement the upgrades. As a city, we have already started with feasibility studies. We have already concluded an early business case study with Infrastructure South Africa, and we will now we're waiting approval of that. We were working with them throughout the process. We don't foresee any problems with that early business case, and then we'll proceed to the intermediate business case so that we can source the money then to implement that next phase of Rooival. Next slide. Now, there is a joint steering committee that sits with all the parties, so we are not working in isolation as a city. We are held accountable. And we meet once or twice a month. Next slide, please. I think next slide. So basically, where the structuring of that of the whole intervention and the project team is that we at the top we have the minister and the executive mayor overseeing everything jointly, and there would be, sessions where we sit as a technical team briefing the mayor and the minister on progress regularly. And then we'd have the deputy ministers and MMCs and DG and the city manager. So you have the senior management as well, greatly involved in the entire project. And then we would have then the project steering team as well, which would then be us doing all the work. DWS, City of Tshwane, National Treasury, DBSA, Magali's Water, and now CoGTA will now form part of this task team as well. Next slide. Now, I think I've spoken to some of these institutional arrangements, but the agreement and the way forward in terms of how we're going to implement this is that the city will appoint the DBSA as an implementing agent through Section 1110 of the MFMA to then implement on our behalf. Already that has been approved by council, by MACO and an MOU has been concluded between the parties in that regard. We are at the moment working to finalize the appointment of DBSA. Now that the MOU is in agreement, has been concluded, and then DBSA will then start with the work, obviously under the steering committee and City of Tshwane closely monitoring everything that is happening there. But also we will be working with them and the National Treasury looking at funding models as well for the next phases of the project. Next slide. Okay, next slide, please. Well, there are some immediate milestones. Quite a number of them have been concluded already. As I've mentioned, the MOU has been done. Funding applications, and once the DBSA has been appointed as an implementing agent, then the next steps will then be undertaken going forward. So these timeframes were the timeframes we had set for ourselves at the beginning, and we're keeping them there to remind ourselves that we're a bit behind schedule on certain things and keep the pressure on ourselves, but we're continuously pushing to get things moving. Where we are at the moment is that we are engaging National Treasury on that appointment of the DBSA, and that's where we have a bit of a delay, but once that is done, we will be able to move with speed, Chair. Next slide. In terms of the Klipdrift water treatment works, this is now the package plant that would provide water in the interim to that middle part of Hammanskraal. There is already work. Preliminary scoping is done. Engagements between ourselves and Magali's Water have been concluded in terms of how technically feasible and how we will manage this technically. They're working on the agreements. We do have a water supply agreement with Magali's Water. It's now the issue then of the additional supply for an interim period that needs to go into that, but that is also ongoing. And then now Magali's Water is busy engaging the DWS and the DBSA for the funding to construct that package plant. Next slide. Next slide, please. I think this is more on the phase 2 and 3. There's quite a bit of work that still needs to be done. That's further out, Chair. As I've mentioned, the scoping reports, preliminary designs, feasibility studies, up to a point where we're actually able to secure the funding and get to implement on phase 2. I think, that's where we are now. For the Themba water treatment plant itself, as I've mentioned, the Themba water treatment plant was already upgraded, 60 to 120 megaliters. So but the expansion upgrade happened in such a manner that the current plant, 60 megaliters plant, remained operational while we're building the additional capacity. And then those two are combined. And now this gives us an opportunity to go back to the original 60 megaliter plant and also look at certain refurbishments that needs to be done there and process optimization. That's what will be looked at as well as part of this process. So that just outlines some of the steps that would be taken towards that. Chair. Next slide. So in conclusion, priority now is 350 million rands out of the 450 towards specifically to conclude Rooival Phase 1. The other money will be utilized to get us going and started in terms of Phase 2 of the project, because that needs to already start now and not wait for completion of Phase 1. So there is MOUs have been concluded, funding models between TBSA and Magalies Water, those are ongoing. There's also, just to mention, as early as last week, there's further interest from other potential funders to actually come on board on this initiative to assist in the city getting the money that it needs to implement. But what we also looking at as well going forward is a situation whereby, which is what we've started, where we take a catchment approach in terms of our management of our water and wastewater treatment works and the entire value chain. This is a lesson learned from this scenario, whereby you have the Temba water treatment works and the Rooival wastewater treatment works. You cannot treat them in isolation. They all form part of one value chain. You can, if you do, and that's the catchment approach now, lessons that learned, and that's the approach that we're taking with all our infrastructure upgrades for water and wastewater treatment works going forward. Chair, I think that should be the last slide. Chair, thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, that is the presentation that we also tabled. Chair, I can just share with you that the MEC of Finance, MEC of Economic Development has stressed that the appointment of DBSA needs to be finalized soon, so that the project deliverables are not compromised. We have also raised issues, Chair, that some of the project deliverables are quite tight, and we have been assured that those deliverables will be met. One key thing that was raised with us, Chair, and also with the National Treasury is the issue of funding. And because this has a potential impact, if you don't deal with it properly, to collapse the city, National Treasury, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, all of them are on board. We are also dealing, Chair, with the entire water issues in relation to Mfuleni Merafong. The Minister of CoGTA is visiting us on Thursday to take a consolidated presentation where we also want to table a Section 63 intervention from the province to national so that they can come on board to assist with the aging infrastructure. But that's the presentation, Chair. I don't know if the infrastructure team wants to add anything. Are we covered? Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, HOD. Members, I'm sure there'll be questions. We'll start with you, Member Diaga.
Thank you, Chair. The first question I want to ask is, and I'm really asking this because I'm not clear, in terms of the updated Gauteng master plan for water, do we have such a master plan? And that includes not only national infrastructure, but for all the consolidated master plan that includes all the municipalities. That will give us a better understanding of where the difficulties in the system, where it is lying, so that we can better coordinate and look at it. But then also, perhaps, and I'm reminded a couple of months ago, the Minister of Water and Sanitation announced a 27 billion rand investment over the next 5 years into capacity building in the province. Now that is all good and well, but I don't believe we need more capacity. I believe we need to deal with the infrastructure backlog that we have. And although, yeah, of course, we can always have a little bit more, a few more reservoirs, but the reality is that between 40 and 50% of water goes to waste. Part of it is technical and part of it is non-technical. Now, if you look at a scale and say it's 50-50 technical, 50, the other 50 is non-technical, then surely there is merit in national department coming to the party and assist municipalities to declare that war on leaks that we've so often spoken about. So my appeal would be that from CoGTA side, we must do more to engage with the Minister of Water and Sanitation to allocate some of that 27 billion rand to municipalities. And we know it's not because municipalities are not or cannot collect their revenue. It's not only because of that. There is a diminishing rate space and there is an increased demand from people coming from the outside of the province looking for opportunities, and then it is expected of municipalities to provide services, and rightfully so, that is a constitutional right. But at the same time, then national government must come to the party to assist municipalities. And my appeal today is that in all these presentations will be the same. I'll be beating the same drum. We need national government to come to the party to assist municipalities that is responsible for delivering services to all the residents. We cannot work in isolation anymore. The situation is dire and municipalities are bleeding. It's our duty to assist them. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ngube?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. At the beginning of your input, you talked about the capacity constraints. What is not clear from me, whether it's what Honorable Didiacher is saying in terms of 50% technical and whatever, to say if then you do have the capacity constraints, what are the measures to ensure that this project becomes done and come to the end? The second one is that we're also promised that we're not going to get service providers that will dump the projects or maybe that have negative record. Is that the case? So that this money does not get down to the drain and becomes what we had experienced. The other one is that on the Memorandum of Understanding, yes, you are mentioning the DBSA, and verbally you then talked about the province, but even in that steering committee, I also did not see you including the province, which is next to the cold phase. And as you are here, we're doing oversight over the province, and we don't see where do you locate it in this project. And then on the alternative water supply to those areas that you currently are supplying with water tanks, is it implied that the Royval project is covering them so that there is water supply that is of good standard? And if, like, for instance, there's a question of finances that you don't have enough, then in terms of it, like we are raising these things in terms of whether are you jointly with the DPSA and or National CoGTA or the province, I mean, this is the time of reviewing the budget. The minister's going to be pronouncing the revised budget. So in terms of your scoping, in terms of the whole project, in terms of it being funded, have you developed a submission towards the National Treasury and also the Provincial Treasury? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Malema.
Thank you once more, Chair, and good morning. Chair, let me start off by welcoming, in fact, taking cue from Honourable Member Ncube in welcoming the presentation. Very comprehensive. And I do have a few questions in relation to some of the aspects of this presentation, Chair. The first one is in relation to the statement. I think it was an opening remark by the HOD that, and I'm trying to test my understanding here, HOD, that this presentation represents all the three spheres of governments to the extent where it relates to the water treatment issues are concerned. I'm not sure if that is basically what you're telling us, because I need to understand if this is a presentation of either the city of Tshwane or it's a presentation that represents as well the other two spheres of government, yourselves as the provincial level and also the national level. I've picked that at some point it was made mention that there's some kind of collaborative efforts between the city of Tshwane and national department. I'm not sure if as provincial department we are also part of that collaborative efforts, and I was not clear as to what does it entail, that collaborative efforts by those spheres of government. I think that's where I wanted to start there. But above that, Honorable Chair, my understanding stemming from the presentation is that the reason why this the project, the Royval wastewater treatment project took long is because you said the master plan was not funded. And I wanted to check as to, are you referring to the City of Tshwane master plan or the master plan of the, I think what Honorable Member Tijager would have coined to be a Gauteng master plan. Yeah, if you can clarify on that one as to which master plan are you referring to. But going forward, that we have noted as well that there is a service provider whose services were terminated at some point in relation to and owing to performance related obligations. Was it at the time that that project was funded, or was it at the time when it was not funded? Because well, we're getting it from you. Unfortunately, we don't even we're not privy to the information coming from the side of the contractor as what could have been attributed towards the state of their unfortunate affairs that side. But if we are saying it's performance related, what are the things that they were supposed to or they were expected to do and they did not do? And going forward, with regard to the replacement, what is the plan in place? Is it a matter of firstly getting DPSA being appointed as the agent, implementing agent, and then that you would have the contractor, the new contractor on site, or and if that is the plan, when are you envisaging to have the new contractor on site? Because I think there should also be some kind of timelines attached to your framework as to when are you envisaging to have the contractor on site, because that would speak directly to your commitment to have this project completed. The other question, Chair, is around, or it pertains to the relation between the Temba wastewater treatment plant, because at some point, I think it's you, Mr. Makopo, at some point we visited Amaskral, remember? We were with you at Amaskral, and we even visited that Temba water treatment plant, and we're told that for it to function optimally, or for it to be exactly what it was purported to be, it relies, or it depends on the completion of the Rooival water treatment, if not mistaken. So I'm just checking as to then, in the absence of the completion of the Rooival water treatment plant, how is that the Temba water, or is it wastewater treatment plant assisting the people of Amaskral? Because from where I'm seated, Chair, is that the city of Tshwane has failed the people of Amaskral when it comes to water provision. No doubt about that. And we have noted as well, we have noted in fact the initiatives from both two spheres of government, provincial and national. Their initiatives to the effect that they wanted to move in and assist the city of Tshwane in making sure that eventually water services are delivered to the people properly. I mean, quality water is given to the people of Amaskral. The other question, Chair, is we are told that the eastern side of Amaskral is supplied by Machalis, and the western side is supplied by Rand Water. The central side, we are told, it depends on water tankers. I'm not sure as to if there's any reason enough convincing why the central had to be, people from central of Amaskral had to be treated different from those that are in the east and those that are in the west. I mean, if you had Machalis providing water to the east and Rand Water providing water to the people of the west, what then precluded the city of Tshwane from making sure that even the people from Central are as well benefiting from those? And at some point we're told that there is no agreement, there is no legally binding agreement between the city of Tshwane and Machalis. I'm not sure if that is still the status, because that's the impression that we got from the meeting that we had, unless if maybe we misunderstood that, because we wanted to understand the implication of that kind of a relationship between Machalis and Rand Water on one side and the city of Tshwane on the other side. That if at the time some people were saying or were alleging that the outbreak of cholera in Amaskral was as a direct ramification of the kind of water that is being supplied by both Machalis and Rand Water in Amaskral, then what will then be the implications on the part of the city or on the part of the relationship that the city is having with those water suppliers? That's another thing that we actually wanted to establish, if that is how we understand it. you are saying phase 1 is at 68. It's almost at its completion, and that's when you terminated the contractor. Unless if maybe I got it incorrectly, because my understanding is that the contractor was terminated when you were at 68, meaning that by implication the phase 1 was not completed. You're still going to complete phase 1, but then you move on to say you are going to combine both phase 2 and phase 3 in relation to their implementation. You don't want to implement them piecemeal. Well, maybe I guess that is the reason. But in the main, I need to understand why do you think that it will be proper and prudent enough for you to combine the two instead of taking them one by one. Honorable Chair, I think those are the questions the clarity-seeking questions that I wanted to pose. Let me leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Malema. I also have quite a number of questions, also given the fact that we do have some more time to dedicate to this, as opposed to other times when we meet municipalities and the provincial department, we're often covering a number of other issues. The first is that, and I think to some extent this might have been covered, my first question is the funding for the 30 to 40 megaliter a day and those tech interventions on slide 13. Has that funding yet been finalized? But you might have answered it already, but I thought let me pose it anyway. Also, the steering committee, according to what you're presenting to us, is meant to meet bi-weekly, and yet you've only had 3 meetings on the 2nd, 7th, and 27th of June, and now it's the 15th of August. So you're not meeting bi-weekly. Why not? What's happening? Because if those deadlines are to be met, those meetings do have to happen. Provincial CoGTA, I think we agree, should be on the steering committee. It's very important from an intergovernmental relations perspective, but also a long-term sustainability going forward kind of issue. Because once we do a lot of these upgrades, you'll find you'll need quite a lot of support from the provincial department. So HOD, in some shape or form, there needs to be some involvement, even if it is just somebody sitting in, so that when there's a need for CoGTA to do something, they're there. In terms of some of the timelines on the different tasks, if you look at the RW05, that's the technical and engineering design review, etc., we are already behind on that. That was meant to be concluded at the end of June or July, if I'm right. It's the 15th of August today. So we're just about, if not already, 2 weeks over. So when are we expecting the RW05 to happen? When will it be concluded? Because to my understanding, it's still an ongoing process, but it's meant to have been completed by now. I also think it's good that we've broken down a number of these issues into the various phases and steps. It makes it easier to really make sense of what needs to happen. So I think there must be some commitment from the steering committee on that. It shows that there is indeed some willpower to get it done. Now it's really about pushing for the funding, DBSA, I think all of that's noted. But I'm also interested to know how much will be used from the Urban Settlement Development Grant, that USDG, to fund the upgrade and refurbishment of the Themba water treatment plant. I'm also interested in the Danish bank. They've approached the municipality, which is quite good. Have they committed anything, any particular amount, especially if they approach the municipality? Also, is the lack of funding related to the city's negative credit standing? That would be very important. And then also on funding, is the 450 million that we've been speaking about enough for the project of Rooiwal? Because, and we know it's not just Rooiwal, it's also Themba. Because according to some of the news reports, the city might need actually something like approximately 4 billion. So we just need to understand if that amount is enough, because we then need to be quite honest with ourselves about what needs to happen, so that we can ensure not only a successful project, but the actual completion of the project. Let me leave it at that. Lots of questions. Thanks.
Can I piggyback on one of the questions that you
Sure.
made there? Thank you very much. Thanks for your indulgence, Chair. Pertaining to the 450 million rand that you have just alluded to, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, because my understanding is that the 350 million, which we are told that is going to be used as a capex to conclude the Rooiwal water treatment, it's part of that 450 million, and the 90 million thereof of the 450 would be used as for purpose as operational budget. So that takes us to 440 million of the 450 million, and we are told that the 350 plus the 90, it's for the conclusion of phase 1 of the Rooiwal water treatment. That in itself, it says to us, by implication, if I'm wrong, you will correct me, but by implication, it simply tells us that there is no money for phase 2, phase 3, and also for Temba water treatment. If we can be clarified on that as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Quite right, Member Malema. That's also my question. HOD, should we start with you, or do you want to start with the City of Tshwane?
Okay, Chair, thank you very much. Chair, let me start off by saying this. Chair, overall, I think as CoGTA, looking at how we prepare our reports on a monthly basis on the status of municipalities, it is common cause that the aging infrastructure in municipalities are contributing significantly to water losses. And it is within that context that the Minister has made that particular pronouncement about 27 billion. But with that said, I think there is both a technical and non-technical matter into this particular area. If you look at the municipalities, the technical capacity to deal with water reticulation, but then also electricity, is limited. And with the diminishing revenue base, it just poses further problems for municipalities. So that is one part where national needs to come on board, but of course CoGTA will liaise with national. Now we have formalized the engagement, and the Minister has also appointed the 2 DGs, both DG of Water and Sanitation and the DG of National CoGTA, to lead a technical team with the provincial CoGTA and the municipalities. So I'm happy about that process. So at least the work that we are doing will find expression at the national level. There won't be any need for us to physically to make formal submissions, because the DGs will be part of that. And I can just say that in my discussion with the city manager of Tshwane, he's having weekly engagements with the national DG of Water and Sanitation so that they can bring closer what is needed. And Chair, without a doubt, there is needed much more than the current provisioning of funding for Rooiwal and Temba, much more. The preliminary indications were that it could be well over 3 billion, but I have not seen any final engineering assessment that would determine that. But some of the preliminary figures indicated that. And Chair, the team can respond on the issues relating to the master plan, and then all the technical questions can be responded to by the Tshwane team. But there is one thing that I think we need to state, Chair. Yes, CoGTA is part of the team. The city manager and us have agreed that once the portfolio committee engages, we want to be able to respond on a quarterly basis, even if it's as part of our quarterly reports, to the portfolio committee if there's a question on those. So we wouldn't want to be kept out of the loop and we cannot respond. So where there's provincial intervention, there is a need for us. And one thing that I think we are very good as both provincial and local government when it comes to completion of SLAs to give effect to the scope of work. But one thing that we are not good at is including penalty clauses for service providers that do not meet. Because if you do that, immediately when the first milestone is not met, when the penalty clauses kick in, you already see a red flag. but we often don't do that. So it's something that we're advocating for. It's something that the National Treasury is also advocating for, Chair, so that we can monitor projects. Let me hand over to the CoGTA team to talk about the master plan, and then Tshwane can conclude, Chair. Thank you very much.
Maybe before they come in, I thought about this, but I need to raise it. You only talk of water and not about sanitation. Because also the question, of course, it goes together, but the focus is only on water. When we're told that there's nothing that has been traced in terms of cholera coming from water, but also there are toilets that are not flushing, which might be the contributory factor, and there's nothing that is being said. So there's going to be this project of water. 20 years to come, then it's sanitation, because water and sanitation goes together. Thank you very much. Can I then, the one that are supposed to be coming in?
Thank you, Chair. If I can start by appreciating the effort you put into the presentation, and indeed, Member Malima, the presentation does represent. As CoGTA, we know we've been always in discussions with the colleagues at National about what's happening in the city of Tshwane. Yeah, but if I can start by just giving a picture in terms of the funding needs. The money that is required to deal with Rooiwal is quite a lot, and that would not just be in the city of Tshwane. If you were to talk to a colleague from Rand West who are sitting next to me here, they actually need in the region of 2 billion just to sort out their wastewater treatment facility and that whole, just the bulk infrastructure and the bulk conveyancing infrastructure, let alone the distribution part. So the financial needs in terms of rolling out water and sanitation infrastructure, even electricity in the municipalities, far outstrips what the USDG would actually allocate for them in an MTF period, even if you combine all of the other municipal infrastructure grants. They still don't have enough money to actually deliver on the required bulk infrastructure. I always make an example with buying a BMW, that if you want to buy a BMW and you don't have money, you say, I'll buy the suspension this year. In the coming 2 years, I'll buy the wheels. In the third year, I'll probably buy the chassis. By the time you put together the BMW, there's a new one on the market. So the delivery of infrastructure should not be treated in that way, and that's why we're having discussions with the DBSA in terms of their funding models and look at how can we have a blended funding to begin to deal with the infrastructure needs of the municipalities across the metros and the local municipalities. We've done extensive work in the local municipalities. We have not necessarily concluded some of the work in the metros. So that's just on the funding aspect. It's a very dire situation, and if we have to get the infrastructure that will respond to the daily needs on the ground of communities, we will have to rethink how we're funding infrastructure, because the investment must come up front and then we can roll out the services adequately. If I can go back to the issue around the master plans, we at a provincial level have what we call the Gauteng Water Security Plan, which deals with aspects of the physical infrastructure and also deals with how do we get the Gauteng province to be water secure. And that would mean dealing with water quality, that would mean with potential to be able to transfer water from one system to the other. So if there's a crisis in city of Tshwane, how do we move water from city of Joburg to accommodate the difficulties of city of Tshwane? And that has to be done with the water board. So we don't necessarily have a master plan, an infrastructure master plan at the provincial level, but we have what we call the Gauteng Water Security Plan, which will also look at what are the physical infrastructure needs, what are the institutional needs, what are the water quality needs that we then need to deal with. So the master planning in terms of the infrastructure side will still be left with the municipalities because they are the water services authorities. Fortunately in Gauteng, all of the local and cities are water service authorities, unlike where in some provinces where the district is actually the water services authority. So of course we do have that, and we're monitoring the performance of municipalities on that in terms of the water security issues. Just one last point to make is that we have observed over the years that there has always been the difficulty in adhering to the allocated operation and maintenance funds, and this also creates a difficulty in that when we have allocated funding for operation and maintenance, then because of competing priorities, ultimately that money gets moved from operation and maintenance into providing physical infrastructure. And sometimes this is not because municipalities have just decided we're not going to do it. It's because there are competing priorities and there has to be a shift in terms of how the funding is going to be utilized. But we would want to nudge the municipalities to begin to pay attention to that, because if we don't, we actually create a backlog. Whilst we're saying we are addressing an infrastructure backlog, but we're creating a service backlog in that areas that actually have the infrastructure breaks down, and then we can't really respond to the necessary needs on the ground. And we've seen a bit of a change in the metros in terms of the funding that they allocate to operation and maintenance. We're still struggling with the local municipalities, but there is some light at the end of the tunnel on that. Yeah, if I can pause at that point, Chair, thanks.
Thank you, Chair, members, for all the questions. But maybe just to start off on the issue of the master plans, at the metro level, we do have the master plans. We do have a master plan, water and sanitation. And we know what needs to be done in the next 10 years, which pipe or whatever needs to be replaced. The issue then is having the funding to actually implement what needs to be done, and that's part of the reason we are where we are now. Chair, going through the questions, and I think Member Diaga mentioned the issue of not working in isolation, and I think that's the point we finally got to with the national department, because for a couple of years we were taking each other back and forth, taking each other to court, and then it got to a point where we said, let's rather work together to find a solution, and we are finding that it's working very well so far, and we're very excited about this new approach, and that will get things moving as well, remember. And then from Mbangube, when we talk about the capacity constraints, and when I was talking about the CODs and the flow and the volume and those. Now, if you remember, I mentioned that with phase one of the critical things we needed to do is to get the plant operating as it should have been. One of the major components that needed refurbishment and still needs to be completed is the reactor part, and that's where the CODs get broken down. And once we improve that, the COD, our ability to treat the COD will improve. But before we even get to the reactor, one of the key things that we realized is that settling capacity. That's why now, in as much as we're going to complete phase one, we're adding the primary settling tanks, because you need to remove as much of the solids as possible that you are supposed to remove at the beginning. Otherwise, it'll affect the efficiency of your entire treatment train going down from your reactors, everything else. So those 2 additional primary settling tanks will be part of this phase now when we're saying we're completing phase 1. So we'll add that capacity there to deal with that. So it will go a long way to address what we're doing now. Will go a long way to address some of those challenges. It will not fully address the issue of the capacity. It will, in fact, we will not address it with concluding phase 1. That's why we need the next phases, the 130 megaliter upgrade, because that you can only you need to increase the size of the plant. The plant can only take so much and still operate efficiently. So in as much as we'll conclude phase 1, we are not going to get to a point whereby the effluent that we discharge is fully compliant. It will be great, it will be improved, but it will not be fully compliant. And that we've always said that, and because that's where it will put us. In order to get to full compliance, we then need the next phase, which is now the phase 3, which will give us the capacity to properly treat the effluent that is coming in. So in terms of now, there was a question in terms of, I think it came through a couple of times, the issue of contractor performance and how we're going to ensure contractor performance in order to complete this project. And that is why the city took the census. Let's go. DPSA has an implementation arm that has implemented several big infrastructure projects, and that's what informed the city then to go that route, to say let's give them this role and let them implement on our behalf, and then we can reap the benefits out of that. They have all the systems and the processes to deal with the very large infrastructure project. This is a very large infrastructure project that we are undertaking, Chair. Now, in terms of Rooiwal addressing the central part of Hammanskraal, and hence we talk about water and sanitation and the linkage between them. The initial initiative was to address the water treatment plant, and that was done, and that did improve the water quality, but it did not get it to the point where it is SANS 241 compliant. There was a definite big improvement in that drinking water quality. But a water treatment plant is not, it's primarily a chemical process, and it's not a biological process. There's certain things it's not meant to treat. It's not designed to treat certain things. A wastewater treatment works. It's mostly biological with some chemical components. It is in the wastewater treatment process where you'd remove your organic material, your nitrogen, your phosphorus, and those Now, if they are not removed at the wastewater treatment works, they then go into the river, the Apis River. They go down the river. They end up in the Leokral Dam, and the Temba water treatment plant abstracts water from the Leokral Dam. And now it is not designed to remove nitrogen and phosphate. And those are the major things that are causing the non-compliance in the water that is being supplied to the Hammanskraal area. So that is the linkage. So if we do address Rooiwal, we will definitely then be inadvertently addressing the Hammanskraal water situation. Now, there is, in as much as we're saying that phase 1 will not give us a wastewater effluent that is compliant, that we know. But we're hoping that the improvement that we'll achieve will also That will be experienced downstream of the Temba water treatment plant, definitely, but to what extent we are not able to determine. Hopefully it gets us to a point where that quality downstream is what it should. But we still, even if that happens, we still need to deal with the second phase of Rooival. Because if you don't, in a year or two, we're going to be back in the same situation. So that's where we are finding ourselves, Chair. In terms of funding from the National Treasury has been approached several times, and even the National Department, while we were at Loga, had even approached National Treasury to say, but fund City of Tshwane, because he's saying they don't have money. And, but National Treasury was of the view that there is USDG that is allocated to the city. Let the city utilize this USDG, reprioritize this USDG to the wastewater treatment works, and then we can see, then we move from that point onwards. So this 450 million over the 3 years that's been made available is as a result of that reprioritization in the USDG. So that 450 million is from the USDG that has been reprioritized to say only for Rooival, despite the other needs in the municipality. For this, that's the amount of money then that will be allocated to this project. Now, when we talk about the master plan not being funded, we're talking about the City of Tshwane master plan, not fully funded. We do have, we know what, as I've mentioned, we know what needs to be done when, but we don't always have the money to implement everything that we have to implement. It's a matter of competing needs within the municipality, and also the financial position of the city also is not where it should be. Now, in terms of how the Temba water treatment plant is assisting the people of Tshwane at the moment, where we are, Chair, with that plant, we are operating it. We are supplying water from the Temba water treatment plant. It is not compliant for drinking purposes, but there are other uses. People can flush the toilets. Otherwise, you create other health risks if the people now are not able to flush their toilets and issues like that. So we do supply that water through the taps. They can flush their toilets. They can use it for other issues. But on top of that, we then say, we provide water from tankers, which is the specific points that are monitored from which these water tankers get the water. And those points are in the eastern side and the western side, from Mahali's water supply and from Rand water supply. And that water is then brought to supply the people in the central area for drinking purposes, for cooking purposes. And that's what those. Otherwise, if we did not supply as well from the Temba water treatment plant, it would have also meant that we would have had to provide a way more in terms of water tankers. So it is a matter of then also balancing the costs as well of our interventions. In terms of why the central part is not supplied by Rand water and Mahali's water. Mahali's water has capacity constraints. The current water treatment plant, that is why at some point we could get about 17, 18 megaliters from Mahali's water. Then there's Tembisile, I think that's the municipality to the north, Moretele. Now, they are now supplying Moretele. Over time, there was a pipeline that's been constructed to supply Moretele, which then meant that a bit of the water they were supplying us, actually, even on that eastern part, they had to move it to the supply to Moretele because they are limited in how much they can actually supply from the water treatment plant. And that is the same for Rand water as well. Rand water as well has said it, we do not have the additional water to supply you. Even if you had the infrastructure, because we would also have to build additional infrastructure to then accommodate that reconfiguration. But Rand Water themselves said they do not have that additional water for us right now. As we know that there is the current Rand Water license conditions that are on Rand Water. We know about the capacity constraints, and we experience them every summer. You know, when all of a sudden we're running around, there's areas that are not getting water because there's only so much water that the Rand Water can supply. So that additional pressure, they clearly stated that they cannot supply us, and hence we are where we are here. In terms of the money that you're talking about, the 450 million, will go towards completing phase 1, which is currently 68% completed. But we also want to implement phase 2 and phase 3. And that's because, as I've mentioned, phase 1 will not fully address the problem. We need the next phase. And hence I was saying the approach that we're taking is that our immediate focus now is to get phase 1 off the ground. As soon as that is off the ground, we then move and we focus then on, while it's still running, completion of phase 1, we start working on phase 2, on the next phases. So that hopefully then by the time we nearing completion of phase 1, we do have the money, we are then able to start with phase 2. Otherwise, we'll find ourselves in the same situation very, very quickly. Now, as mentioned, there's 450 million rands available. 350 million approximately will be to complete phase 1. There's 100 million rands on the side. Part of that money will go towards the work that needs to be done towards to start phase 2, but some of it will then be looking at the Temba water treatment plant. But first, as mentioned, there's some studies that needs to be done. We need to do assessments so that we can cost what needs to be done, so that we don't just go, we need to be efficient with the money that we have, because we don't have much. So that's what needs to be done. That money will go there. The 90 million rands that you saw in the presentation, that is what the money that is required for Rooival alone for operations and maintenance. Maintenance bill for Rooival in a year, we should be spending about 60 million a year on maintenance alone. We have not, Patrick mentioned that issue of allocation towards maintenance is a problem. We have been receiving between 25 and 30% of what is required for that maintenance. And hence now this recommitment by the city to say, going forward, we'll make sure that funding for maintenance and for operations is available going forward. And DBSA has also put a grant, free grant to the city to say they'll give us 60 million to go towards currently. Let's maintain what we have. Was to implement the project, and you still have infrastructure that is not working, that is, you will not get the benefit that you need. So that's where those figures are coming from, Chair. The funding for the 30 to 40 megaliters package plant to be implemented by Magali's Water. Chair, as far as I know, the national department, because the Magali's Water is responsible for that, and they are running with that part as part of the collaboration. But as far as I know with that, there is a commitment from the national department to fund a portion of what is required by Magali's Water. There already are engagements with DBSA. That was now when we met 2 weeks ago at the steering committee on the 3rd. There were already engagements with DBSA, and and documents had been shared. All that was required is a final letter from the CE of Magali's Water, which would have been provided by the 4th of August, because we had met on the 3rd of August. And so that's where the funding for that is. So there's quite a lot of work already going into the funding for that 30 to 40 megaliter package plant. And the next meeting of the steering committee is on Thursday the 17th. So we will be getting feedback, and CoGTA will be part of that engagement as well. Who will then be getting feedback as well on all these different aspects. The Danish bank, yes, there is mention of the Danish bank, and this is now, we still need to get the final, this is now mostly going towards phase 2. This will go towards phase 2 of the project, because phase 1, we do have the USDG to complete it. So already there's the Danish bank that we've engaged with. There's other parties that we had Aldro, Infrastructure South Africa. We're engaging different parties already as we're preparing for phase 2. Whoever then is able to give us the best possible terms for the city, that's where we will then, take. That's the deal we'll conclude as the city. But we are definitely moving, looking at different funders. So no amount is yet on the table, because as has been mentioned, they are put around. We have a figure of 4.2 billion for phase 2 and phase 3. But obviously, as has been shown in the presentation, there's quite some technical work that needs to be done to concretize those figures. It might be less, it might be more, but we have a ballpark figure that we're working towards, Chair. I think, Chair, I might have covered the questions, unless I missed something. Yes, Chair.
Well, I think there's someone behind you who wants to add, but we just need you, if you don't have a mic, or to come toward a mic.
Let's go there.
Chair, thank you very much. My name is Stevens Notwani, Group Head for the Water and Sanitation Department. Chair, I thought let me just add a bit. I think Dumisani has covered almost all the questions. And Chair, I think let me just start maybe at planning level. Dumisani speaks about the master plan. So to just slightly elaborate on the point, we've got so we do have a master plan, water and sanitation master plan in the city. So it will look at all the water and sanitation planning. It takes growth into consideration. It takes your approved special development framework and so forth. And from that level, we develop what we call a water services development plan. We are required to do that by the National Department of Water and Sanitation regulator. We have to submit that, and we have to review that plan every 5 years. Now, as we jot down to a specific infrastructure services, we've got various programs for reservoirs we are required to stimulate growth and developments, water losses. Then we've got a specific plan for wastewater treatment plant, and from that plan we've developed what we call a capital investment plan for all wastewater treatment plants in the city. So of the 15 plants, through the master plan, we know which upgrade or expansion has to be done when and by how much capacity, and we have also done a cost estimate which must be reviewed as part of the design and implementation of the project. So, as Dumisani has indicated, just for Royval alone, by next year, it was on his presentation, we should have expanded the plant by 130 megaliters per day, and that is where the estimated cost of 4 billion comes from, and that is for Royval alone. We've got 4 critical wastewater treatment plants, Bavianspoort, Royval, Silent Reach, and Klepgat wastewater treatment plant. And just for the 4 plants to be able to do the expansions and be able to accommodate the flows that are coming through, the cost estimates for the expansions adds up to 9.2 billion just for those 4. If you look at all the other plants, we've done an estimate in excess of 20 billion. So there was a point that was made, and it's not only in the city of Tshwane, I think in the country there is an infrastructure capacity issue, especially on wastewater treatment plants. So I thought I just needed to elaborate on the point. Chair, I think I just want to pick maybe where I thought I can make some input. Okay. There was a point on the termination of the project, and the question was related to when the project was terminated. Was it funded, and actually what was the reason? And yes, I think it was confirmed that the project was funded at the time, and it was at 68% share. It was my, and I think Dumisani's first experience where you've got a joint venture and it's made of more than one partners. In this case, there were 2 partners. So when they have a dispute, that is a third-party arrangement. As a client, you don't have a control over that. And what we see in this project, there was a dispute between the JV partners, and that dispute affected the project, and it brought us to where we are today. Okay, the plan moving forward, we spoke about the BSA, and once that appointment is finalized, then they will be able to proceed and appoint the PSPs, professional service providers, for design reviews, and then move with speed towards the finalization of the project. Okay, why combined phase 2 or 3? I think Dumisani has responded to that because that's where we are now. Just to okay, Chair, I think the Danes, quickly. I think Dumisani touched on that also to slightly give a bit more. We have done a phase 1. The phase 1 was mainly focused on water losses. So we've got a city-to-city collaboration with them on many aspects of the work that we do, water losses and other work, water security and so forth. Then on phase 2, the focus is on wastewater treatment plants. A lot of work has gone into the operation and maintenance leg of what we are trying to do with regard to the funding for the capital projects. We have to go through certain processes, build business cases, as Dumisani has alluded to, then make applications for funding of the projects. Chair, I think I had hoped that somebody was going to stop me, but let me stop myself. Thank you, Chair.
We can't stop you if you're giving information on a critical issue. Members, any quick follow-ups? Okay, Member Diaga, Member Malema, and Member Ncube. Okay, just Member Malema and Member Diaga, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. It's just on the issue of water tankers. We're spending an awful amount of money on water tankers. And I'm wondering whether at some point it wouldn't be to our advantage to start for the different municipalities to start buying their own water tankers. I know in Mogale they bought water tankers and they saved an enormous amount of money. Now, I do understand that in Joburg and Tshwane and Ekurhuleni it's a little bit more difficult because the demand is so much higher, but surely there should be some case for acquiring some more of our own water tankers instead of just relying completely on contractors, because we do know that contractors are milking the system, whether it's a contractor for Joburg Water or a contractor for City Power. We do know what happens in that space. Then the other question, Chair. When we look at Gauteng as a city region, surely the time is now to have a more integrated approach to our water infrastructure. And what do I mean by saying that? It's so that you use the same size pipe, the same size coupling, or whatever it might be, valves, etc. But we need to use have an integrated approach, and municipalities need to talk to each other so that when there is a problem, that the systems can talk to one another. And we know what happened, and I can't speak about what happened in Tshwane and when that metro was formed, but I do know what happened in Joburg. When the different municipalities came together in 2000, none of the systems spoke to one another. So we still have a situation where nobody knows where all the valves are, for instance. And that is also where that master plan, integrated intermunicipal master plan, can really come into play. So it doesn't help Tshwane have their own master plan, but that master plan does not take anything into account of what's happening in Joburg, and so it is for every other municipality. Then there was one other question, and that relates to the bursts. And again, we're expanding a little bit from just this, or I'm going to expand just from the Rooiwal issue. But when it comes to burst, we need to find a way in which to deal with it. Now, I know in Joburg, Joburg Water introduced pressure demand management, but they never maintained the pressure demand valves because there wasn't money. So what happens if something doesn't go wrong? We leave it and think nothing is going to happen. But that is where our role comes in, to make sure that municipalities actually spend the money on issues that can drive the economy and deliver the services. A pressure demand valve is one of those things that need to be maintained at all times. Pressure demand will allow, just for those that don't know, that will allow to control the pressure off peak and as a result reduce your burst. Is that correct, Mr. Gwale? That will reduce your burst that normally happens at night. That's when the burst happens, when there's a buildup of pressure in the AC pipes, old AC pipes. So we don't need to replace every single pipe. We need to tweak how we do things. One of the things is equip all your reservoirs for the outflow into the municipal reticulation system with pressure release valves, pressure management valves that can assist municipalities. But possibly for that, we also need a national intervention to assist municipalities, and it will always come back to that. We need to work in synergy together as one. We cannot work in isolation. Irrespective of the political agenda, we need to take residents seriously and their well-being. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Malema.
Chair, thank you once more for your indulgence. We welcome the response by both the City of Tshwane and CoGTA, the provincial level. Chair, now I'm a complete layperson when it comes to these technicalities around water provisions and supplies and stuff like that, you see. But be that as it may, as a committee, we are not saying replace water tankers. For as long as they are providing or supplying good quality of water which is in compliance with the regulations, for as long as somewhat to a certain extent it assists in empowering SMMEs in the townships, in that area of Amaskral, for as long as your reasons or the rationale behind that arrangement still makes sense, that both Mahalis and Rand Water do not have additional water to supply to the city of Tshwane. Why fix what is not broken? Don't have a problem with that, because our interest is to make sure that our people get water and they get the proper quality of water which is a drinkable water. That's basically what underlies our interest. But then, with regard to the completion or the envisaged completion of the Royval or wastewater treatment and so on, it's most likely that this thing is not going to be completed anytime soon, maybe even in the next 10 years. Because what the deductions that we are getting from you, from what you have presented here, is that you don't have even money for both phase 2 and phase 3. The 450 million was utilized or is meant for the completion of phase 1, which is not even completed as yet. You are at 68%. And you are still counting your chickens based on the number of eggs as it pertains to your engagement with the Danish bank and other possible service providers. So this thing is going to go on and on forever. And then you are saying, you know, your rough estimations that you may want to have something like in the region of 4.2 billion to have that Royval water treatment, that treatment plant completed. It says, I think it's a loaded statement, it says a lot that you are no way going to even complete this thing called Royval treatment plant. That's the impression that I'm getting, unless if maybe it's a very erroneous impression, but I don't think so. It's not an erroneous impression. That's the impression that we are getting. So, the 450 is just a drop in an ocean when it comes to what is expected as a funding to complete this Royval. And I think that's what I wanted us to have on records. And you said something about the dispute between the service providers as it relates to the GVs that they had, which eventually led to the termination of the service provider or the contract and so on. So I need to check, as a city of Tshwane, do you have service level agreements with the contractors? Because they are contracted by you. And you still carry with yourself a responsibility to provide services to your constituent communities. And anything that happens between the contractors, between or amongst the contractors, obviously the stigma will go back to your image as the local government. So if you do have those service level agreements regulating the conduct or seeking to regulate the conduct of the service providers, do you have some penalty clauses? What do you do in order for you to make sure that you don't get to be innocently prejudiced by the misconduct of some of the service providers? But the other thing, as a matter of interest, at some point we're made to believe, and if you want to answer that, you can do so as the city of Tshwane. We're made to believe that there are some contractors that were allocated responsibility to work at Royval and they did not do work, but they were paid. How true is that? Is it true? Maybe you can take us into confidence, because sometimes what you are getting through the media fragments may not be true, may not be exactly what it's happening. So if you can take us into confidence on that, because we have seen it on papers as well. I mean, on a number of papers that somebody was paid and the work was not done, and apparently there was a corruption of some kind there. The master plan that you are referring to, you coined it, is the waste and water, is it waste and water master plan? Does that also take into account the maintenance of the overaging infrastructure that we are having in a form of pipes and other stuff? Because I think you've said one of the attributing factors towards the unfortunate state of affairs there, it's around the issue of the overaging infrastructure. So I don't know if maybe you are having a separate infrastructure plan or management plan, or that is also included in the master plan that you are having, if I can be answered on that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Sure, Member Ncube, and then I'll give my follow-ups, then we can close on the matter.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Last year, November, we had a taking parliament to the people in KZN. And there's a small municipality there, which has next to it, let me say that, or within the municipality, there is Margate Airport. And they took us to a project of dealing with potholes and enlarging the road there. It's an N2 road, but then the other part, it affects the N2, plus also from the N2 to the airport. So they told us that there is a grant that they utilized. The grant that was the first time that I heard about it. So they tapped on that grant for them to be able to upgrade and the road towards Margate. So over and above the USDG, I would propose that you also go back to your drawing boards and see what are other grants that you may also tap on, because really with the 450 until the next municipality elections, the project would not be completed as per the 2-point-something billion. It won't. Thank you.
Thanks. I have just a couple governance questions, because it is related, right? We may be dealing specifically with Tshwane, but it is important in understanding a few things. How is the city improving water quality monitoring, the control, the implementation, the enforcement? Because all of that sort of goes together. And Rooiwal and Themba are but two of a number of wastewater treatment plants. So generally, how are we dealing with those things? How can the controls on municipal water treatment in Tshwane be improved to reduce that risk to human life? We note that it may not have originated from this particular plant, but we know that cholera, E. coli, etc. Are constant elements within the water system and do need to be treated. So it is something that we need to look at. And then, of course, how do you ensure effective implementation of cooperative governance and the relative regulation, specifically around interdepartmental communication? Because this is an issue that's cross-cutting between local, provincial, national, yes, intergovernmental, but also interdepartmental as well, especially when you look at the DBSA element, infrastructure, etc. And then lastly, what policy and practice mechanisms need to be put in place to successfully implement the water demand management and conservation? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, let me go through the questions, Chair. In terms of the ability for the city to buy their own tankers, the city has reviewed its fleet strategy to the point that the city is now insourcing, where the city used to hire a lot of vehicles, they now they've gone through a process of defleeting and buying its own vehicles. Obviously, the city would need to first focus on its core service delivery vehicles and satisfy that demand first, and then it can move from there, Chair. So I think that's what the city is doing. And Member Diaga is correct in terms of the different planning types of fittings, and so you get to one municipality, a valve is left, you must turn it to the left to open in another, you must turn it to the right to open it, and those things create a lot of confusion. We have done a lot of work with our master plan. It's actually, I can open it here on my gadget and see where our pipelines are, where the valves are, what type of valve, and all of those things. We've worked quite a lot to get to that point, so that not only the guys at the planning office understand what's happening on the ground, but the guys on the ground as well through their phones and so forth, and anyone who needs to access that information. And when it comes to planning together as the different municipalities, we know there are some interdependencies within the different municipalities. For example, we have the Ridgevlei water treatment plant, which gets impacted on by Ekurhuleni upstream. So those entire linkages are there, and when we do our water resources master plans, those engagements do take place to say, how are we moving forward? Because if we're planning to, for example, upgrade the Ridgevlei water treatment plant, we must know what the plans are for Ekurhuleni upstream to accommodate that. So those engagements do happen, Member Diaga. And yes, pressure reducing valves is a great initiative. We are implementing that. We do have quite a number on the ground. We are rolling out the maintenance of, and as well as installing new ones as we go along, where we didn't have one. It is a very important aspect of reducing losses, and it. Also with that, there was, while you're talking about losses, there was an issue as well raised about the master plan and pipe replacement as an example. All the infrastructure is in the master plan. So from pipes, from the water treatment plant to the reservoirs, to the water distribution pipes, sewer collection pipes, wastewater treatment works, pump stations, everything would be found in there. But talking about pipe replacement, what the city has also further done is given the current financial constraints, we don't have enough money. I don't think any city has enough money to totally keep up with the pipe replacement. We have been working very hard to refine our pipe replacement models to the point now where we only doing selective pipe replacement, where we consider quite a number of factors, consequence of failure, pipe material age, and pressures, and all sorts of issues, to then say, given where to actually prioritize, which one is the most critical out of all our pipes, and that's what we're doing now. We've changed the rollout of our pipe replacement from doing area-wide pipe replacement to more pipe-specific pipe replacement, but stemming from the master plan and everything else that we're doing. In terms of the money for phase 2 and phase 3, Chair, we do not currently have the money for phase 2 and phase 3. But one of the things that has always been required in order to get the money for phase 2 and phase 3 is how do I put it, and not is a political will. To actually get things done, and not political in terms of political party, but yeah, you know, not a politician. Sure. So, but where the city actually puts that as a priority, and because part of actually getting the money means that you must put in a bit of your own money first as part of the process of getting the money. There's significant work that needs to be done, the feasibility studies, all sorts of work. You need to appoint people to do that work and do it properly. Unless there is that willingness to then put in that money up front to do that type of work, you're then not going to get to a point where you can get the money. Now there is that, we are in that position right now where there is, and hence we are saying part of that 450 million will go towards that type of work. And there has already been engagements with National Treasury, the Infrastructure Fund, Infrastructure South Africa, where there is willingness to look at what we would put forward in front of them. But we first need to prepare something to put in front of them. And you know, that's the work that needs to happen. So we are hopeful as this, and pretty confident at this point that we will get to a point where we will get the money with the current environment and the measures that are in place at the current moment. Now, when it comes to the issues of SLAs and the contractors, we do have service level agreements with the contractors, and there are clauses in the contracts that govern how we manage the contracts, and it is because of those clauses and everything in the contracts that we got to a point where we had to terminate, because we are governed by that service by that contract and those service level agreements. There would be penalties, and one of them is eventually getting to termination, governed by those contracts. Were contractors paid for work not done? And no. That I can categorically state. There was no contractor in Rooiwal that was paid for work not done. And in terms of other grants that we can access, Member Ngube, the metros are in the unenviable position of being thought of being blessed. As a result, as an example, there are certain grants that metros do not qualify for. For example, RBIG from water and sanitation, national, we don't qualify for that because we are a metro. We are seen to be self-sufficient. But all the grants that we can access, we've definitely looked into. In terms of water quality monitoring, Chairperson, this is something that we obviously take very seriously. We do, the bulk of our water we get from rainwater, about close to 80%. About 17% is from our own sources. We've got 4 water treatment plants, and about 3% from Agali's water. We even test the water that we get from rainwater, not only our own. We subject all the water that is in the city to water quality monitoring according to the standard. The standard will dictate the number of samples that needs to be taken given the size of the population, the amount of water you supply, and that is being done. What tests that should be done, that is being done on a routine basis, as stipulated, and that then forms part of our blue drop assessments as well. So the National Department does monitor us. We do have to supply that information to the National Department of Water and Sanitation into the system, and they monitor how we are actually implementing those issues. Now, the issues of risk management is a critical component in formulating your sampling plan. Before you can say this is where I'm going to take a sample, how many samples. It has to be informed by your risk assessment. And that is, so that is taken into consideration when we do that. In terms of effective cooperative governance between not only ourselves but the province, DBSA, and other parties, that is obviously quite critical, and that is why at appropriate there would be policies and legislation that governs certain relationships, but that is why in certain instances we would collaborate, but where required would even go into memoranda of agreement and MOUs to guide how we then collaborate and cooperate in certain instances. But that is something that the city is doing with a number of different role players to make sure that we keep everything above board. And these MOUs would be approved at mayoral committee level. It's not something we can engage at and conclude at our level. This is to ensure that the highest officers, the administration is fully well aware of everything that is happening and what we are going into. Chairperson, you asked about water conservation and demand management and the sort of legislation or policies that would need to go into, might have to be put in effect in that regard. Chair, there's quite a lot that can be said about water conservation and demand management. But I think one of the critical things is the issue of there is a guideline from National Treasury that talks to how much of your asset value, in terms of your asset value, you should put back for maintenance. One of our biggest causes of losses is your real losses. They account to about 80% of your non-revenue water, and that's typically your pipe best. That's water that runs down the street. Biggest issue we have and other municipalities have as well is the aged water pipe infrastructure. The typical lifespan of a water pipe is about 50 years, but we have pipelines that are over 100 years old in the city. Unless we are able then to adequately invest in pipe replacement and deal with that, we can reduce those leaks with pressure management and other interventions and those losses, but it gets to a point where you just have to replace the pipe. It doesn't matter what you can do. But also I think one of the things that could be, I'm now talking out of the top of my head, could add as an incentive or a way to do things going forward. The ring fencing of certain functions and money, so that the money is then reinvested where it needs to go. Now, you might, for example, if you're able to ring fence, if you go in and you implement your water conservation and demand management initiatives, and the savings that you get out of that, you are able to ring fence back into that program. You over time, you would then see that you have more and more money to implement those initiatives over time, and then you become more and more effective in doing that, even though you might start with a smaller amount. So something like that might be an idea, but the environment and the legislation or policy, whatever, that would then say this is something that has to be done, not that is up to the municipalities to do, might be some, because water and sanitation is a revenue generator, but the money goes into the big kitty, and there are competing needs within the municipal environment, as we have mentioned, Chair. I think I might have covered all the issues, Chair, unless I missed something. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, members. I think we've exhausted this particular issue for now. There's a lot of work that needs to be done and a lot of oversight that we have to play. And there's a number of different timelines that have been set. So I think we need to almost on a quarterly basis have a follow-up on this particular issue through UHOD. And then we can determine at each quarter who needs to be there, because you don't necessarily need everyone who may not be contributing at that particular phase. But I think it is just important so that for accountability's sake, there is that process that's happening. And then if the time comes, members, we can also have a joint portfolio with our national counterparts as well, and our locals, so that we can ensure that on the 3 different levels we're playing our part. But like we said, lots of work to do, but we also have an understanding we need to push now with the DBSA. There's some political work we need to do here as well. And that's also why these meetings are important, because there's the technical side, there's the bureaucracy sort of side, but there's also the political side. And that's, of course, where our terrain is. So let me thank you for that. I don't want to summarize too specifically, because I think it's quite clear what needs to happen. It really is now just a matter of getting the money, forcing the DBSA MOU, and then coming back and saying, right, this is where we are now. Where are the where are the bottlenecks again? Intervene, etc., etc. So thank you very much to HOD yourself and the City of Tshwane. We really do appreciate the time that you've given to us, and then maybe also we'll determine at the right time when we need to go back to Rooival and Themba, because if we go now, nothing's going to be quite too different actually from what we've seen. But thank you very much to everybody for that. HOD, I'm moving to the next agenda point, but through you, given that this is your purview, if you are comfortable, you are welcome to release the City of Tshwane. I am happy to release them, but I know sometimes HOD and MEC, sometimes you like to keep the team, so you must make a call on that, but I'm happy to release the City of Tshwane.
Yeah, Chair, I was about to say that if you concur, I would like to release the City of Tshwane.
See, I'm not a bad cop. I was going to allow the HOD to be the bad cop. All right, the City of Tshwane, thank you very much. We're going to release you. But of course, a CoGTA provincial department will stay. We're now going to, honorable members, move to agenda point 5. Thank you very much. Don't worry, you can quietly step out and grab a tea or something along the way. On that, if anyone does want a refreshment, you can come back. We always treat them as working refreshments. We're now going to get the status of the wastewater treatment plants in the different areas. We've got the Hans van die Kerk in the West Rand, we've got Sedibeng, we've got Ikuruleni wastewater treatment plant, and the Olifantsvlei from the City of Johannesburg. HOD, you're going to tell us in which order, because I know you will have prepared everybody. They're going to present. According to my brief, we're going to have CoJ first, and then we'll take it from there. Over to you.
Yeah, Chair, thank you very much. Chair, we find, I see according to the program, we have Hans van die Kerk first, which is Randwest City. But we'll be guided by you. Chair, can I just check, are we going to take all 4 presentations and take questions afterwards? Or are we taking individual presentations so that we can limit them to about 20 minutes presentation and then taking questions?
Sorry, we were just trying to figure out a quick issue here. Sorry, HOD, can you say that last part again?
Chair, I wanted to check, should we take all 4 presentations and questions afterwards, or should we limit the colleagues to about 15-20 minutes presentation and then taking questions immediately after each presentation?
So let's start with City of Joburg first and take questions, because Member Diago's got to step out and he'll come back in. And of course, Member Diago is a former councillor and MMC there. So we'd like to take CoJ first, engage, and then we can take the other few together. Thank you.
Is Member Diago declared, Chair? Okay. No,
yeah, actually, is that declared? Over to CoJ.
Okay, yes, we can start, Chair.
You're safe. This is a safe space. Let me iterate that to Member Diago. This is a safe space for officials and politicians to engage. Thank you. Safe space. Continue.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members and colleagues. If you can fly the presentation for me. Okay. My name is Derek Khwale. I'm the Chief Operations Officer from Johannesburg Water. I would like to tender my apology for the City Manager as well as the MD who could not participate in this committee today. If you go to the next slide. The brief spoke about Oliphant's Flay only, but we thought for the benefit of the committee, we give a global view of the city of Joburg wastewater treatment infrastructure. So we'll also give an overview of the city in relation to Joburg water and the green drop outcomes so that the committee members can be aware of interventions to address the green drop findings, and we can zoom into Oliphant's Flay. And one of the issues we are grappling with as a water sector is the issue of security within our different plants, because most of these plants rely on electromechanical equipments, but these equipments are of scrap value to the various criminal activities. As a result, they compromise our ability to treat water to the required standard. Next slide, please. Previous slide. I think on this slide, the main issue there is the number of treatment plants we operate, which is 6, and the joint capacity is 1,043 megaliters per day. And of that, we produce a sludge cake per day of 2,600, which is a large quantity which must be disposed of to the farms, and some of it must be composed to various commercial entities. Next slide. Yeah, on this slide, we operate 6 treatment plants. Driefontein is to the northwest of the city and is servicing part of Mohali city and part of the west of the city suburbs. Northern Works is servicing from Parktown all the way to Midrand and is the biggest plant in the southern hemisphere. And all the two, Driefontein and Northern Works, caters for the northern catchment. So there's no other plant beside those two which caters the entire Parktown all the way to Midrand. And you can imagine the population in that particular catchment. Hence, we are busy now with the Lanseria treatment plant, which will be located somewhere near Lanseria Airport. And the capacity there will be 50 megaliters. So combined for the northern catchment, we're looking at 600 megaliters per day to make sure that economic activity can take place and social and other requirements of the city can happen in the northern catchment of the city. Oliphant's Flay will zoom into that, but it's a 240 megaliter plant which is located in the south. CoGTA as well as Bush Copy. So what we did as a city, Bush Copy and CoGTA are linked. If you have a challenge at CoGTA, you can divert flow to Bush Copy. If you have an issue at Bush Copy, you can divert flow to CoGTA. So combined, they cater for the entire southern catchment, including parts of Soweto, inner city, and deep south. However, in the deep south, we have a challenge. Deep south being your Orange Farm, your Lenesia, we have a challenge there because there's only one plant, which is Enedale, and it's an 8 megaliter plant, and it's not sufficient or big enough to accommodate the volumes from the area. As a result, we have a cross-boundary agreement with Mfuleni, where we discharge some of the flows to Mfuleni water treatment works. The colleagues from Mfuleni will talk to that as to what upgrades they are doing to make sure that they can accommodate the additional flow from the city of Joburg. Next slide, please. Yeah, I've spoken to this slide, you can skip it. I think we thought we should share with the committee the performance of the plant over the years. And this is talking to the water use license, because each and every plant has a set of parameters they need to comply with, and that is contained in the water use license. And the graph at the top, the blue line, indicates the performance of the plants combined, the 6 plants. And you can see we are around 100% compliance with the license condition. And corresponding to that is the investment associated with that, which says that when you invest properly into this infrastructure, your compliance will be adequate. But you can see within 2017, we had investment issues, and you can see that the compliance also changed. But we are changing the corner, we are turning the corner, because if you go to the next slide, we are moving away from the 180 millions to about 700 million investment into our bulk waste infrastructure. You can see there, 24-25, we're investing about 700 million rand towards bulk infrastructure. And if you go to the next slide, you will see the list of projects and the total volume for that, because these are multi-year projects. Okay, this one is mainly to do with the green drop audit outcomes. The performance has regressed as compared to the previous financial years. And the next slide will talk to the interventions to make sure that we redress that. If you look at that whole total budget, it's sitting at about 10 billion rand. And this is in the next 7 years to make sure that we address all those issues identified during the green drop audit outcomes. And the critical one there is the Northern Works, which is a new 50 megaliter plant upgrade in the north. Like I indicated, that in the north we only have Driefontein and Northern Works. Upgrade of Northern Works is important. And we are busy now with a 50 megaliter plant, and the construction is underway, which is a good thing for the city, because in many years we haven't invested in bulk waste, and having a 50 megaliter plant for the city is an achievement. And then we are proud that members can also at some point pay a visit to see how it's done before it's filled with something else. Next slide. I think one of the issues we also experienced during the green drop audit findings, outcomes, we over the years, because of natural attrition, lost some skills, which we need to acknowledge, and we are busy building that capacity, which we need to make sure that we can upskill our process controllers to make sure that they operate and maintain the plant adequately, because you have both maintenance as well as process. And if you don't have adequate skills, you will have challenges in making sure that you comply with the water use license. So we are making sure that we are upskilling our treatment plant officials to make sure that we do the right things. Another area which was a concern was sludge management, which we need to make sure that we invest more and make sure that we have enough capacity to treat sludge, because it's one thing to have your solid stream, your liquid stream functioning properly. But if your solid stream is not adequately capacitated to treat the solids, you'll have a challenge of compliance with the water use license. Next slide. Yeah, this is Olifant's Flay, and behind me is the works manager, Mr. Leseho Motsepe. He's related, not related to the famous Motsepe, but he's one of the colleagues who works for us, and he operates this plant, which is located in the south. Next slide. One of the major challenges on this plant is the issue of vandalism and theft. And this is not petty crime, Chair and honorable members. This is an army of individuals in a bus coming to strip all the electrical equipment. They take the entire substation, they take the entire transformers, they strip the entire plant. And we are talking about huge budgets. As a result, your ability to treat sewer is compromised. And the other issue we experience is load shedding, because the thieves take advantage of the darkness. They know that there is load shedding, they have the schedules, then they come at night and steal this infrastructure. And you cannot have a generator to operate the treatment plant. A 240 megaliter treatment plant, you cannot operate the generator. You need adequate power from ESCOM. So where there's no ESCOM, you can't treat. What does it do? You end up spilling, which is a huge concern for us and the regulator and everybody else, because the receiving streams, the surrounding streams are compromised because of the challenges we're experiencing by not being able to treat during the period of load shedding. There are interventions with regards to dealing with load shedding. We are engaging with our sister entity, City Power, to see how they can exempt us on some of these load shedding periods, or also invest in solar farms, because the plants by their nature have vast land. So if you can invest in a solar farm, you'll be able to cushion yourself during load shedding periods. But issues of theft, vandalism, load shedding has compromised the functioning and the performance of the plants in most of our areas. Next slide. I think these are the projects which we are implementing currently. It's about 90 million rand to deal with the issues I raised. And the next slide, I think one of the main important one is your strip and coat, because most of these plants rely on motors, gearboxes, and valves. So you need to make sure that you have a framework contract for strip and coat to avoid procurement or maintenance using RFQs. So we do have 3-year framework contracts, which we review every 3 years to make sure that at any given point, as and when we require a contractor or a service provider to attend to one of these items, we are able to do that speedily. So we do have those framework contract in place, and we renew them on time to make sure that we are able to maintain the infrastructure at any given point. Next slide. I mentioned the issue of security. We do have a security plan, but if you look at all our plants, there are 6 of them. We did a risk assessment to say how much will it require for us to safeguard our plants. We're talking about close to R1 billion just for security for all the 6 plants, and we don't have R1 billion because there's competing priorities, but security is one of our huge risk. We are in a process to say, let the treatment plants be declared the national key points. Then you can have the army or the security cluster to safeguard them, because it's costing us a lot of money to have security personnel there. Because for this kind of thuggery which is taking place, you don't need your normal access control security. You need armed response station there 24 hours. And it's costing us a lot of money just to protect the 6 treatment plants. And we're talking about big treatment plants, not small treatment plants. With the allocation of R1 billion for CAPEX and an allocation of about R1 billion for security, it's not adequate to safeguard the plants. And what is of more important is that even if you invest to ensure that you comply with the water use license, they come tomorrow, they steal, because you don't have adequate security. So you're fighting a losing battle. So our plea with the committee is that help us strengthen security in our plants, because if we don't have enough security in our plants, we will lose the battle and the environment will be polluted. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you. Does Provincial CoGTA have anything to add on for CoJ?
Chair, not much. What we can actually say is some of the issues, I think, coming from the energy indaba, there was a lot of emphasis on issues relating to protection of critical infrastructure. And we, of course, will take steps. And I think CoJ is one of those municipalities that have gone a long way in terms of trying to resolve those issues. But otherwise, Chair, we're okay, and thanks for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Member Diaka, I'll note you first. Member Ngube. Okay, then that order.
Thank you, Chair. My first question relates to treated sludge. I know in the past it was given away. Is there any retail value that we could possibly generate an income from that instead of just giving it away to farmers. Yeah, maybe that can be a booster for Joburg Water. But then also, it's music to my ears that we're talking about the same thing, and that is National Key Point Declaration. I spoke to you about that 2 years ago as well. But it is more than just the declaring national key points for security. It is also then about the exemption of load shedding on those key points. So it wouldn't be, it's not about engaging city power any longer, it's engaging Eskom to exempt. Now, we do understand how load shedding works, so none of these stations are completely isolated, but we need to then also understand that sometimes you need to give a little bit to lose a little bit and to gain a little bit. So I think there's great value in having this, and for us to, Chairperson, to strengthen the case for these entities to have infrastructure declared at national key points, but also it will greatly assist the reservoirs to, at some extent, have security, national security, taking responsibility for security of infrastructure, whereby any infrastructure on the part of Rand Water is national key points. But just as somebody can put poison into a national reservoir, so can they do it with a Joburg reservoir. And very often, and we do know, in 2019, the then mayor fought very hard to have the to take away, or to take away the security from the end, or give away security responsibility to entities, but those entities did not have the capacity to deal with security by insourcing of security. They didn't have the necessary licensing, etc., and that's compromised the security of the entities. So we really need to address security. And I do think maybe what is important in the previous discussion with Tshwane, the issue of testing, water testing came up, and I do think it's also very important for Joburg Water to possibly elaborate or just give us a little bit of their testing, both on effluent and on water. And from there, and that, Chairperson, would be wonderful if we could visit one of these laboratories, because Joburg water is amongst the highest in terms of quality, not in the country but in the world. And we sometimes think we need bottled water, but Joburg water is actually very good quality, some of the best quality, of course, I would say.
Thank you very much. Member Ncube?
No, thanks, Honorable Chairperson, and also thank you, CoJ presenter, for your presentation. As a person who stays in the south, I can agree with you in terms of that reservoir there. We encounter a lot of problems, and you find that your time of water tank supply, if you are a worker like us, you find that the truck is gone. The timing does not serve the interest of those that are working. And also, they don't supply all the areas. That's the problem. You may say you don't have capacity, but at the end we suffer. I mean, that was last time, it was 3 weeks or so not having water. So what you have said in terms of the deployment of the army, what I will ask, you're saying there's a plan of dealing with security. What are the procedures that are in place to arrive at an entity being declared a national key point? because I've just scrolled here. I see City Power is a national key point, and run water plans. So, in terms of these treatment plans, what are the measures or the procedure? Because it is escalating. These people are enhancing their distraction actions, which is a sabotage. In other countries, they will dealt with very bad, but because we're in South Africa, we have to go to court and all those things, So there's another project also that the sabotagers are doing. There are videos that are circulating. They take the street people and they task them to say, go there is a pipe there, I don't know what they do, they open something and then there's a water leak. And the whole block or whatever doesn't have water. That is one of the plan that they do over and above what the bigger ones in terms of sabotaging the water in the plants. So I think it is as urgent as yesterday that processes that I don't know which one to follow are in place. In September, the NCOP is coming to Gauteng, and the focus also is water and electricity. I think you need to raise this so that the permanent delegates, including SALGA, they sit at the NCOP, they sit in the NCOP. I think also you must escalate it to SALGA, whilst you can raise direct with the permanent delegates that are representing Gauteng, that are representing the interest of Gauteng. You need also to raise it, whilst from my side, because I'm a whip of the NCOP, but if they get it from the horse's mouth, it will be better. It is as urgent as this, because water, it's life. It's a basic need. And when these people do this, people blame government as if it's us and whoever. The president is always blamed for everything that goes wrong, as if we're negligent and we make people not to have access to water. It's also a problem that we're not winning to solve the issue of electricity. For instance, with the VAL, you also said it starts from Orange Farm. Most of the time when I was still in the education portfolio, you find that when we visit schools in the Orange Farm, Everton, they have problem of access to water. They end up releasing learners at 10 a.m. because learners have to go to the toilets and there's no water. And then they will tell you that no, it's a pressure. There's a problem of water pumps and all those things. So I think over and above the sabotage, there's also the problem of the pressure or the water pumps that are affecting inaccessible of water. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Malema?
Thank you, Chair. Allow us to start off by welcoming the presentation by the city of Joburg. I've got only one clarity-seeking question. Despite all the challenges that you are confronted with, to what an extent are you still certain that you are providing quality water, which is compliance with all the regulations? That's my question, if I can be answered on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have a couple, 2-3 points here. The first is I appreciate that you went a little bit beyond the Olifants Flay treatment plant, because it is more than just that. So that's the first most important point. I think generally around the security and the safeguarding of the plants? Have you approached National Treasury for funding in order to safeguard those plants? Perhaps budget for the plant's maintenance to also address, is there budget rather for plants and their maintenance to address the aged infrastructure? And I'll caveat that in a moment with something else. And have you guys worked with the law enforcement agencies to mitigate theft and vandalism? And I mean this, obviously the police, but also CPFs, these community-based ones who already do patrolling. I know, for example, in my home ward, which I'm about to complain about the water situation, about our CPF is a little hectic. I mean, I don't fully agree with them carrying guns, but it is what it is. They have licenses, whatever. But if they can include that on their patrols, just for now, it's a mitigating factor. Of course, it's not going to solve the problem. We need a more systemic, structural solution, but just in the meanwhile. So yeah, on the matter also of aged infrastructure, in the Mayfair Crosby area, that's Ward 58 in Joburg, I think it's the Hurst Hill Reservoir. If I can tell you that I've probably lost relations with family, with friends, etc., because there's hardly ever water. And it's a combination, I know, of load shedding infrastructure, but it's a case in point of the fact that there's a need for urgent intervention. Because it's fast moving beyond party political issues, and it's fast becoming a thing where they're just going to become anarchic. And I think we saw that in City of Tshwane, actually. Quite a number of people just took to the streets. I know when City Power went to fix different transformers, that's where I'm deployed in my constituency, the community camped out around them and didn't let them leave, didn't let them go to the bathroom, didn't let them take a break. And while some people might view that as community activism, it's also very threatening to staff and very threatening to the people who work day and night to fix the kinds of issues in the water system, in the electrical system, etc. So that's also just something that I want us to think about, because when we don't do our job in upgrading, we also put lives in danger of councillors, of low-level workers who are also just doing their jobs. Right? They're dealing with a lot. They're dealing with a very aged infrastructure that they can't fix overnight. When I looked at the presentation, if you look at the technical management, that's now in terms of the green drop audit score, quite a number of that technical management was low. I think most of them were under 50%. Why is that? And are there any mitigating factors we can implement to increase that technical management to at least, you don't go from 47 to 100, but you go 47, 55, etc., etc. So moving up like that. I do like the idea of creating, or rather making the treatment plants national key points. I do wonder, and I'm sure the National Department will say this as well as Treasury actually, is what is the financial implication for the state? And I think that's something for us in the room to think about, because we'll go there and they'll be like, okay, nice idea, but who's going to pay for it? In the age of austerity, in the age of difficult budgets, etc. And that leads me to my next thinking. Maybe it is time for us to go to the private sector as well and say to them in different ways, what can you contribute in terms of your CSI? I know there was a school we worked with in the far northern regions of Gauteng, where a private sector party went into the school with us and helped basically build the water infrastructure because there wasn't anything, and then we just connected it to the bulk. So things like that, I think we need to be a little bit more creative about. Corporate South Africa always say nice things on TV and nice things in our panel. We're committed to the future of the country. We want to solve solutions to X, Y, Z, but they're not really putting their money where their mouths are. And I think this is something particularly in terms of some of those other smaller issues that maybe they can help us solve. And the other point I just wanted to mention, because I think it is important to do that, is a lot of the attacks on the plants are by these mafias. So they go create a crisis, which we know, you've described it, members have spoken to it, and then they come in on the other side and they say, yeah, I have a security company who specializes in communities who are problematic, what. So let's not fall into that kind of mafia element. All of us are well aware that this is happening in the construction industry, etc., etc. So in mitigating the problem, let's also make sure it is a public sector. Even if we do work with the private sector, it must be a legitimate kind of transaction or interaction, because the last thing we want is to find that these guys are really part of that mafia, and then we're paying basically the people who are destroying it. So it's a vicious cycle of us never being able to solve the problem because they benefit financially. And then I fully agree with them speaking to ESCOM about exemptions from load shedding. I think that's something very much we need to speak to, and maybe one of the things we need to think about broadly, and we speak about the master plan, is now that we're looking at producing power as municipalities in the province, why not set those up to feed directly into the water systems? So that when there's load shedding, the reservoirs, etc., are already not implicated. So what you do is the moment you put it up, you can put it up a solar panel or solar field very close to these treatment plants. Obviously, you have to look at the viability, but it means when you connect it to the grid, one of the first beneficiaries is the waste treatment plant, is the local clinic, is the school, is the library. Of course, we want it to go to households, but we also want public institutions where people derive services from to not be affected. And I'm thinking about this in a more long-term kind of way so that it also insulates us from future problems, right? As we're trying to move towards greener energy, of course, not at the expense of coal. I must always say that, not at the expense of coal, but of course, in a way that doesn't harm the environment. There is opportunity for us to do it in a way from the beginning that solves many problems going forward. I'm going to leave it at that and then hand over back to Derek and the team for response. Thank you. Last one from Member Deache, because he won't be here.
Just another issue. The treatment plants can be used as an energy generator, and we've had that in the past. Do we have any plans to expand? And there's, I'm sure, sufficient capacity to do that at places like Olifantsvlei and Northern Wastewater Treatment Works. Thank you.
All right, Derek, over to you.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'll start with and thanks for the comments and questions. I'll start with the response from Honorable Malema. I think as a city, we are fortunate because we don't produce our own water. All our water we buy from rainwater. So we have what we call combined assurance. Rainwater will test the water before they send it to us. And from our reservoirs, we'll also test it to make sure that from a microbiology, from a chemistry point of view, we are compliant. So our lab, which is situated in Gauteng somewhere, is accredited to do both microbiology and chemistry. And if you go there, you'll find about 56 scientists who are registered, professionally registered, and we are rest assured that the water we drink is of pure, good quality because it's been through rigorous tests and confirmation that is good for human consumption. And also to respond to Member Diacher's question regarding the water quality, because as part of the water use license for the treatment plants, you also need to do analytical analysis to say, is the water you've treated and distributing or discharging into the receiving stream acceptable for aquatic life? Because the water we treat at Northern Works, it goes as far as Sedibeng. So if it's not of acceptable quality, it means the cost of treatment by Sedibeng municipality is higher. Hence the issues of Rooival and Hammanskraal. Because of this inability of Rooival to treat effluent to the required standard, you end up having Hammanskraal treatment plant not being able to purify the water to the acceptable standard of SANS 241. So we make sure at Northern Works that the water we discharge into the Crocodile Marigo catchment, which feeds into Sedibeng municipality, is of acceptable quality to lessen the cost of Sedibeng from treating that water. Because treatment plants are more like a transfer scheme. We get water from a Val River system, we transfer it into the Crocodile Marigo catchment. And anybody who is in the Crocodile Marigo catchment drinks the water we discharge from the treatment plant. But it must be of acceptable quality, hence there is limit and standard by the department. With regards to the sludge treatment, Member Diacher, we allow farmers to use the sludge for agricultural purposes. But we also, in the process with the Department of Agriculture, to register our sludge for composting, because you cannot take it from the plant and sell it without having registered it with the Department of Agriculture. But before you get accreditation for selling as compost, you need to make sure that it goes via different processes of testing. And we are now in the last leg of the testing process. Once that is approved by the Department of Agriculture, we can start bagging the sludge and then selling it to the market and make some money. Even at Oliphant's Flay, if you visit Oliphant's Flay, there is what we call Jukro. There's big equipment or infrastructure there. So in the previous years, they used to do composting and then sell the sludge from Oliphant's Flay, and it's of good quality. We can give you the sludge as it is currently, and it will smell nice in your garden, but it's of good quality, yes. Exemption from load shedding, we have exemption from, not from load shedding, but during peak periods, we can engage with ESCOM to say, please we can exempt us during peak periods. So we do engage with ESCOM and City Power to say, can you please exempt us during peak periods? And then they do exempt us. Sometimes it's difficult to exempt a reservoir, because a reservoir is located within a suburb. So how do you only isolate a reservoir within a suburb? So it becomes a challenge to do that. But for our reservoir chairperson and member Diacher, we have generators for our reservoirs, either fixed or mobile. So the standard for all the new reservoirs, you must have a fixed generator, so that in case of load shedding or power supply disruptions, you are able to pump the water to the reservoir. Where we don't have a fixed generator, we have a mobile generator which rotates, moves from one area to another, depending on where the load shedding is taking place. It's costing us a lot of money, but it's a cost we are carrying because we need to make sure that provision of water is continuous within the city environment. I'll respond to the issue of the security at the latest point because it came across from different members. Member Ngube, yeah, I understand your frustration. The Lenesia Reservoir. In Lenesia, you have what you call the Narens Farm. You have Univale. You have Waterworks. And those informal settlements there have tapped into the high pressure pipeline from rainwater, the 675. They've tapped into it. Under pressure, they tapped into it and they've done illegal connections. Hence, you do not have sufficient capacity at your Lenesia Reservoir. Hence, normally there's complaint to say there's pressure issues in deep south. Last week, we did remove the illegal connection there, but they will come back because now we must have drones or army to protect that line, because that line's about 20 kilometers. And they know where the weak spots are, and you cannot have armed guard or people patrolling that line on a daily basis because it's risky for them. And when they see our cars, they attack it to say, why are you doing this? And how they've done these illegal connections, they tap into the pipeline, then do their own reticulation. And as soon as you tamper with them, the whole community burns our tankers, they burn our cars. We wanted to go remove the illegal connection at Univale, and remember the Yahar was still the MMC, and he ran away. Because he said he doesn't want to be responsible for the closing of the Golden Highway. Because that's what will happen. If you remove those illegal connections, the Golden Highway will be closed, the N1 to Bloemfontein will be closed. It will be a national disaster. That's the magnitude of the challenge.
Chair, if I go to your questions,
Hestill, Brixton, Crosby. Yeah. It's a big problem there, Chair, because we have Raima Musa as well as Helen Joseph. And the issue there is you get water from the commando system, the Renora commando system. And that system goes as far as Mohali City and Krugersdorp areas. For it to operate optimally, you need to maintain 2,500 cubic meters on an ongoing basis. But if you have a challenge upstream, you'll have a challenge. I mean, you have a problem sustaining the reservoir levels for Crosby, Brixton, and Hestill. And those are massive reservoirs because they service a bigger area. The entire west of the city of Joburg depends on those reservoirs. And you have a small challenge at the rainwater treatment plant or reservoir areas, you'll have a prolonged outage. And the problem with that system is that it takes time to recover. If it stops now, after 8 days, that's when you can fully recover. Because as soon as water comes in, people start drawing. And those who are closer, your Mayville, Outland Park, are the beneficiaries. But those who are further down, they suffer. But what we have done, we've now introduced a augmenting system from one of the nearby system. I forgot the name, but because we run multiple systems, you can always move water from one system to another, which we have done, and that has since cushioned the hospitals, because we wanted to make sure that the hospitals are prioritized. But in terms of the long-term plan, there's a current contract on the ground. We are busy with the construction of a new reservoir. But the rainwater on their side, they are also constructing a new pipeline, because it's one thing to have a reservoir, but you must feed it with water. So if there's no water, you can't, you are not facing the problem. You still have a problem, even if you have enough infrastructure in that area. Partnerships, we do have partnerships. We have a partnership with Strategic Water Network Partners. It's a NEPAT initiative. So what they do, they talk to businesses around the city of Joburg to say, you are the residents of the city of Joburg. How do you support the city in issues of water conservation, demand management, issues of security, issues of potholes and the like? So we do have that partnership agreement, and all companies who wants to assist the city, like your Microsoft, Google, Attack, Baldwin, the major property developers are part of that particular partnership. And on an ongoing basis, we have meetings where they support us, especially on the water conservation demand management. It's still at its infancy, but I think in the long term, we will see benefit out of that partnership. Solar farm is what we are targeting for our treatment plants. But as a city, you are aware that we have city power. So City Power is driving all our alternative power initiatives to make sure that we have a focused approach when it comes to the issues of power within the city environment. Instead of each and every entity doing their own thing, but everything now under City Power. We have an SLA with City Power, and all our needs they are aware of, and they will be making sure that they assist us in that regard. And also the issues of ESCOM, they will also participate in that and make sure that the city is exempted. With regards to registering or classifying our assets as national key points, the MMC for community safety is handling that particular aspect, because it's not only us as Joburg Water. You have City Power substations which are vandalized. You have a GRA infrastructure which is also compromised. You have city power infrastructure which is also compromised. So from a city point of view, MMC Community Safety is handling that to make sure that all the critical infrastructure within the city environment are declared national key points to make sure that they can provide necessary backup as and when we need that. Ma'am Ngube, yeah, I hear you with regards to the PRVs where people vandalize them so that water can be out. Meters are also vandalized. Manholes are also vandalized because now you have accidents because of manhole covers being stolen for scrap material. So what we are doing with the manholes, we're replacing them with a composite material which does not have scrap value. So all the manholes, we have a contract in place. As and when they get stolen, we replace them with material or covers which are not of value or for scrap material. The PRVs, which a member Diacher spoke about, they have a copper to make sure that they regulate the pressure. And that's what the people who steal these things are targeting. So we are now also converting our PRVs controllers from the copper-based controllers to non-value controllers, and also enclosing them to make sure that they are protected from being vandalized and all these things happen to them. Security Chair, you are correct to say that the National Department will say, but how do you fund this particular initiative? But the same question can be asked to say, but how do you expect entities to have an army? Because the risk of this chairperson is that there's now grievances from our employees to say, but we are no longer going to work in these places because we cannot guarantee our safety. That's the implication of it. They say we are not going to work here because we cannot guarantee our safety. Because the little resources we have are not adequate to fight this kind of threat we are facing. Because at some point, Chair, they came to our plant, 20 of them in a buggy. There was a shootout with our armed response guard. And our armed response guard is only few cars. And if people come with AK-47, automatic rifles, full in a taxi, fortunately we haven't had fatalities. But the reality is, on our own, we cannot cope with the level of criminality. Our plants have been compromised. Our plants are in danger. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Derek. Anything from Provincial CoGTA?
Chair, no, we don't have anything to add beyond what the colleague has mentioned. Thanks.
All right. No, I think we do appreciate the concern and the level of issue here. And it does require a lot of creative thinking from our side. But what members we're also thinking about is maybe one of our upcoming site visits. We're not sure if we can fit it in this term, sees where we'll see. But it will be interesting to see the water treatment. I think the one that Member Diacha was describing. So we've also taken a note of that. But maybe it's something we need to think about, looking at some best industry practice, maybe some international examples. I know in South America this is a big issue as well. So we need to look at some cases where they have successfully, even if it's in smaller pilots, managed it, and how we do it. But the real point here is that you can't solve this as water alone, you can't solve this as energy alone, you can't solve this as safety and security alone. It does require every single one of those elements. I don't want to say entities because there's just more than one entity, but all of them to really work in unison to overcome that problem. But we really do appreciate yourself from CoJ coming through, and also there's going to be a lot more discussions that we need to have, because we also want to bring in some experts from academia, some experts from the space, who can also guide us as a portfolio committee about what needs to be done long term, but more importantly what we also need to do in the short term, because yeah, one day all of us are going to be kidnapped and there's going to be a water crisis in my ward. And then we must phone Derek. Derek must explain to them the augmented system, because they are very, very much, for lack of a better word, well over their heads on that one. But thank you very much, Derek, and to the team. I am happy to release CoJ. I don't see HOD. because we've engaged them. But we're not yet ready for lunch. I want to push through a little bit. Members, can we push through a little bit? I know that some members need to go and come back, but I want to push through so that when we do break for lunch, it's not too much of a disruption to the meeting. Is that a suggestion? Let's hear the suggestion.
Derek is not going to like this, but I think for when Mfuleni is doing their presentation, I think it is important that Joburg be present for that presentation.
I'm always the good cop in these portfolio committees. I'm always the reasonable person. All right, thanks, Dick. Let's move now to, is Westrand ready? Who's ready next? Who's nearest to the mic? Let's go over to you with the Hans van die Kerk wastewater treatment plant.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members.
Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Okay. That's Mfuleni, maybe.
Oh, I see
Mfuleni
Mfuleni. Yeah, that did, yeah. Should we do Mfuleni? Sorry, I thought we'd go to you. See, God had a plan for Mfuleni, guys, so they can go home. Over to you, and please introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Mato Tabesani. I'm from Mfuleni Municipality as the Chief Director of Metialegwa, the water and sanitation entity of Mfuleni. Yes, this is the presentation that has been prepared in terms of the brief. Please do not be surprised when you see section 63 there. It's because of the intervention that has been done by National at Mfuleni, and I will be taking you through especially the work that is related to Sedibeng wastewater treatment works. But I am doing this as part of section 63 because all the work that is being done is implemented as part of section 63 intervention. I will introduce the streams that are there for section 63 and also go through the work at Sedibeng and finally deal with the challenges and mitigations that we have for the plant there and the work that is being done. Thank you. As background, I will not spend a lot of time on this one. This is where we have, I think, cross-cutting challenges. We've experienced them, and in the main what happened is that our old infrastructure that was dilapidated collapsed in major parts, and that has resulted in us having to be assisted by National Department of Water and Sanitation so that we can have the intervention and the resources to resuscitate the infrastructure that is there. Thank you. As part of the background, this is the story and how it goes. The state of affairs was such that the service delivery failed, and in a very large scale when you look at it, and we as a municipality did not have the capacity to respond on our own. The root causes are the failure of our wastewater treatment works, our sewer networks, and our water networks, basically our infrastructure that was aging. And if you look at the challenges as they are, we had challenges at almost all the levels, from governance to financial resources, and the biggest one, that collapse of infrastructure that we experienced. And over the years, we have been having interventions, starting with the SRSS, which is the Sedibeng Regional Sewer Scheme that was there from 2008, that was implemented through rainwater. And we moved to the Val River System intervention, wherein we had the soldiers coming in, we had also Airwatt coming in, and still the objectives were not met. And around 2021 in June, Airwatt was stopped. So we all along
Testing. Oh, that's sounding better.
Yeah.
Are we on? Okay, we're on. You can
Yes.
continue. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was just explaining the historic interventions, and we've had since 2018 until last year the Section 139, and then from 2021 the Section 63, which is what I will explain a little bit more on in the following slides. Next. Next slide, please. Oh. Okay. Yeah, on this one, thank you. In terms of the Section 63, streams were developed, although I'm going to focus on only one stream that relates to the wastewater treatment works at Sedibeng. There were 5 streams all in all that were developed to ensure that Metialekwa, as the water and sanitation entity of the municipality, would be turned around and be sustainable at the end of the intervention. The first stream is the refurbishment work that needed to be done, refurbishment and upgrading. The second stream is the operations and maintenance. The third stream being the sustainability, the fourth being advocacy, and the last one being the monitoring and evaluation. Of all these streams, the major one in terms of work that needed to be done was the refurbishment and the upgrading of the infrastructure that is there. Thank you. Next slide. At the moment, what has happened in the meantime is that Metialekwa has been capacitated. That has begun. I will share some of the information in the next slide on this. And the operations and maintenance have been restored. We are able to respond now, at least adequately, to some of the work that is reported to us. The stakeholders and communities are on board. There's a work stream that deals with that jointly between the municipality, the department, and Rand Water as the implementing agent. We have contractors that are on the ground doing specific scopes of the work that have been determined for them. We are also beginning to deal with the number of sewer spillages that we experienced in the past, and also attending to the major water leaks that we are experiencing there. This is the area in terms of capital project, the major works that are going to be conducted, implemented in the Section 63 intervention. In the north there we have the Sedibeng wastewater treatment works, wherein there's a expansion that will be taking place. An additional 50 megaliter a day capacity will be constructed there. At the moment, the plant is at 150 megaliters a day in terms of its design capacity. At Richtspruit, there's major work that is going to be done as well, and that will include a totally new wastewater treatment works that will be done at Richtspruit, as well as the upgrading of the pipeline that leads to it there. And in local catchment area, we're going to have an upgrading that will be done in that area. The other portion relates to work that is done in Midval. Next slide. When it comes to the Sedibeng catchment area, as a municipality, we have about 44 pump stations, and about 39 of them are in the local catchment area, but the Sedibeng area specifically, which services the northern areas of Mfuleni, has about 5 that are pumping towards the plant itself in terms of the drainage area there. So this includes sewer that we receive from Midval, as well as the southern part of the city of Johannesburg. The plant, as I said, it caters for the Midval as well as sewer, city of Johannesburg sewer, and the province through the human settlement has completed a major line, phase 1 of it, that assists us with as part of the Everton renewal project. And There's a phase that is being planned now that is will be starting soon to ensure that there's capacity in that line. This funded through the RBIC funding from the Department of Water and Sanitation. From 2018, the project at Sedibeng has been funded, and the plant at that time was 100 megaliter a day, and the capacity was increased to 150 megaliters a day. As it is at the moment, we are receiving flows of about 120 megaliters a day. We can see in terms of that, we are very close to the capacity there. That is why there's a further expansion of 50 megaliters that is being planned. And maybe just to share this point in time that we have received additional applications from the City of Johannesburg to cater for about 16 megaliters a day, 16.2, which will actually take us to full capacity. We have also mega projects that are taking place, the Vaal River City, as well as our human settlement projects, the Letabong and Buketlong projects, which are also treated at this plant. So it's important to mention this because of these projects have to be staggered properly to ensure that at the time the upgrades are completed, then we are able to provide that capacity. The first upgrade, this is the module 6, was handed over on 15th of December 2020, and it's working properly since then. However, the plant itself, we can go to the next slide. The plant itself had issues on the older modules. The module 3, 4, and 5 had challenges because of maintenance backlog. I'll put it that way. And some of this equipment, had frequent downtime, and they needed to be refurbished. So when we look at those modules of the plant, there were mechanical and electrical repairs that were done through Section 63. This is the work that has been done through RFQs so far. And we can see on the inland works, the work has been completed there. On the PSTs, the work is at 40%, and on the BNRs is completed. On the secondary settling tanks, it's 60%, and at disinfection, it has been 100% completed there. We can go to the next module. On the two modules, module 3 and 4, there's work also that is carrying on there. The inlet works have been completed, and the PST is completed. There's major work that needs to be done on the BNRs. No progress as yet because that is still a procurement. And on the SSTs, 100%, and then disinfection, there's still work to be concluded there, 50% at this point in time. This is some of the pictures in terms of what has been completed. When we look at the bridge that was done there. Thank you. Let's go to the next. Yes. In this slide, I just wanted to share the information when it comes to where we are in terms of the major work that needs to be done, which will allow the plant to move from 150 megaliter a day to 200 megaliters a day. There are two major scopes of work that have been identified here, and that is the first one is the module 7, which will add that capacity, and that has been my eyesight is failing me here, Chair. I'll have to look this side. Thank you. That work is now at procurement, and we are envisaging that around November we'll be able to have after November we'll be able to have appointments done there. Randwater is handling the procurement for this, and we are going through procurement through their processes on this one. And this is the major part of the work. The other work that is listed there, although it says the perimeter fencing, but what makes it major it's simply because of the importance of the work when it comes to the perimeter fence that needs to be done there. We have also applied for the national key point area. So that scope becomes critical, that we cannot get the approval before that scope is done. And therefore, we also experience issues when it comes to security. The similar instances where you have about people in 15 people in a combi are taking your security there. Fortunately, also on the water side, on the water and sanitation plants, we have not experienced fatalities, but on the electricity side, we have had 2 fatalities in 2021. So that is what makes that work very critical when it comes to the scope of work. Thank you. On the operations and maintenance, we'll share the information. At the moment, this is what we do. We have a lot of collapsed lines when it comes to the infrastructure. And this is the situation that is much more common in the Val. You can see when we underground what type of pipes do we find. That pipe, it's an old pipe. It's quite a big, it's about a 450 line, but you can see that there's no more pipe there. So when these happen, there's a lot of money that needs to be spent just to relieve that portion. So there's a lot of lines that are like this, almost 165 at the moment, but not less than 165 of them. But I will share some of the stats in terms of the work that has been done. We can go to the next slide. These collapse lines are attended through, firstly, we have first line response teams that go with rods, and then if they can't, then we have these high pressure combination trucks that try to attend to the problem. And finally, when we can't, we have to replace the lines. But this is the major challenge. What we find inside the lines, this is the major challenge, and you can see those are foreign objects, foreign material in the lines, mainly the stones, and it goes up to blankets, up to tires, that's material that is recovered there. So these come in one way or the other. Somehow we even believe it's sabotage, when it comes to what happens there, because some of them are so frequent. And we have a number of businessmen, and I think you have alluded to the mafias, chairperson. This is one challenge that we are working with. Unfortunately, as reality is, we cannot police every line and every manhole. So, but this is the work that we do on an ongoing basis. There are contractors that have been appointed by the department through Section 63 that are roaming. Although one must say there's still a lot to be done when it comes to this kind of work. You can go to the next one. After this kind of work is done, this is the impact that we have seen when it comes to the flows at the plants. Because the first challenge was that the sewer was not getting to the plants. It was, remaining ponded in the settlement areas. The first line there is the Sedibeng, the grey one, Sedibeng wastewater treatment works. You can see the increase. And, you can see where it's making a soar there. This is when, we experience challenges when it comes to the availability of contractors from the department, because at some point there were some issues with the budget and all that. And, as a municipality, we also had a budget, but it was depleted. So you'll see where we're having those low points. It's simply because at some of those times we did not have the capacity to attend to the complaints. And the other lines, it's the low scale and the reed spread. You can see the locale is very flat. It's because that's where we have about 39 pump stations that are operating there, but most of the sewer is not getting to the plant. That's a big challenge that we have, but there's quite a number of projects in terms of rehabilitating the main pump stations, about 4 which are critical, and the major one, which is pump station number 2, where I think the Deputy President also visited. There's work that has been done and completed there, so that graph will start increasing to show the flows into the plant itself. Thank you. Next. Capacitation of the unit. We have received these vehicles from Section 63, about 36 bakkies, 25 were for the water section, that's water and water demand, and then the rest were for our sanitation side. So we also received a TLB, a roller, 3 cherry pickers and 3 tractors. In terms of the impact that we have seen on the operations side with these is that for the past financial year we received about 10,000 complaints, and at the end of the financial year we could reach about 70% of those, both on the water and the sanitation side. So this has improved because initially we were completing almost 40 to 50, less than 50%, around 46. So this is the impact that has been seen from our operations side. You can go to the next. As part of capacitation, we have received containers which are stocked with material so that the teams can respond. So this is the material that we source through rainwater for our operational teams, so that they can attend there, as well as there are teams as well that assist us. There's a team from rainwater that assist us when it comes to that. Thank you. The mechanical and electrical repairs for the plants. This is the work that has been achieved. I think I've alluded to the percentages in terms of the progress earlier. These are the photos just to share some of the work done in terms of the screens that were replaced, the motors that were replaced, the screw pumps that were attended to, the mixers before and after, the work that was done. This is the photos. Yeah, you can go to the next. Yeah, the challenges and mitigating plans. Yeah, there's still a bit of a challenge when it comes to staffing and the skills that we have. Also, as an institution, we do not have the requisite skill, and we are now as an institution sitting at about 69% of the vacant positions when it comes to Metsialekwa as a unit. We rely heavily on some of the operators that have been deployed from Rainwater. So we are on a drive to recruit, and we have a recruitment plan that has been drafted, and we have a structure that has been approved by the municipality at council level in terms of what needs to be achieved after the intervention itself. So this is where we are at this point in time. This is evident in our low scores when it comes to our green drop. All our plants were averaging around 37 and 40%. That's what we scored. So it's mainly because of some of the critical compliance issues that we had there. When it comes to the collapsed lines and the sewer that is all over the valve, at the moment, there's been a serious challenge when it comes to getting contractors on the ground. The procurement is done through the Section 63, and the municipality has only so much of the budget wherein they can deploy contractors on the ground. We do have 3-year contracts, maintenance contracts, which we do deploy from time to time, but we quickly run out of budgets. So we reliant on the procurement from Rainwater, and this is where I said we're having more than 165 of the identified collapse lines, and we did prioritize those that we declared emergency, about 44 of them, which were attended in the last financial year. And currently now the department is busy working on about 24 collapse lines with the contractors on the ground. There are serious delays when it comes to the capital program, wherein we need to look at the 50 megaliter project, which has a serious impact when it comes to capacity of the projects that we have ourselves and the projects that will be coming from our neighbors, the City of Johannesburg and as well as Midvaal local municipality. Chairperson, thank you. I will pause there.
Thank you. Anything from CoGTA on the Mfuleni presentation? Covered, HOD. I want to take the last 2 presentations, members, and we engage at once. Then we can go for lunch. Is that fine with everyone? I know it's a bit of a push, but also HOD, I forgot to tell CoJ and the others they can have lunch with us as well. We did accommodate them in that way. Yeah, but by 2 we'll go. All right, shall we get Westland? Charlene, is Westland ready? You ready? Is she ready? For your presentation? We don't have a presentation from Westland. You all guys? Can I have a quick indication of how long you think your presentation will take from Westland? About 20 minutes?
10, 15 minutes.
Perfect. And then Ikuruleni? All right, can we get both presentations, then we go to lunch, then we engage after lunch? Are you guys fine with that? Then at least you'll have eaten before lunch closes. Okay. Westland, we don't have the presentation. Do we have Ikuruleni's presentation? Can we fly to Ikuruleni, do them in the meanwhile, and then sir, you'll come here and we'll figure out what's going on. Thank you. And then don't forget to introduce yourselves just before you speak for the record.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Portfolio Committee, colleagues. My name is Kenneth Chota. I'm the MD for ERVAT. Apologies from the city manager from the city of Ekurhuleni. I'll just take you through our presentation in about 10 minutes. Next slide, please. Yeah, so Chair, just to give an overview of what work we do, we're actually a city of Ekurhuleni-owned entity. Our responsibility in the main is basically to treat effluent, primarily in the city of Ekurhuleni, to some extent the city of Johannesburg and also Lesedi local municipality. We service about 3.5 million residents in the areas that I've just mentioned. We receive, on average, about 850 megaliters of effluent on a daily basis. Our installed capacity is about 623 megaliters. So immediately there you can actually see some of the problems or challenges that we're grappling with. We actually test our effluent and influent at our laboratory, which is accredited, and we've got procedures and systems in place in terms of how we do our work in the laboratory. Next slide, please. Next slide. So just to indicate, and I just want to spend a minute on this particular slide, because there was a question with respect to the sludge that we get on a daily basis. So you can actually see in terms of our purpose that we're actually trying to monetize the effluent, both the water that we discharged and also the sludge, because there is a lot of value that we can actually derive from those two elements. Our vision really is to become a globally recognized water resource recovery company. There are, of course, challenges in terms of legislation and all that, which we are trying to get around. Next slide, please. So I've indicated that our primary responsibility is to make sure that we comply with the licensing conditions for each particular plant in terms of Section 19 of the National Water Act. And we have plant-specific targets for each of our 19 treatment plants, which we monitor on a daily basis. Next slide. So what we do is that we on a daily basis, we actually take samples, and these are not grab samples. In other words, we don't just take a sample, one sample per day. We actually take a sample every hour and we composite it, and then we take it to the laboratory for testing to make sure that the sample that we are actually testing is actually representative of what we are receiving and what we are discharging. And then we do an average of the results, and on the basis of those results, we actually come up with a compliance indicator for each particular treatment plant. You can go to the next slide. So our target in terms of SDBIP for all our treatment plants is actually 80%. And these are the results. We have consistently actually met our target, save for the first quarter and second quarter where we had challenges with respect to electricity supply. But what we also do as an additional indicator, we actually come up, or rather we came up with what we call a weighted average, because our plants vary from 1 megaliter to almost 200 megaliters. And the impact of a 1 megaliter plant compared to a 200 megaliter plant is actually quite different. So the weighted average indicator is really meant to show the impact of non-compliance on a big plant compared to, say, a small plant. So you can actually see the results for Q3. We actually achieved our target. Next slide, please. Now, we've just given a summary of our performance for all the 19 treatment plants. So I've explained that each plant, because of the technology that we apply for each particular plant, there are certain constraints. So we take note of those constraints and come up with performance indicators which are plant specific. But on average, we then combine all the treatment plants and come up with an average performance. So that's why you actually see the blue color is plant specific target. The green color is what we achieved in the last quarter. And the red line basically talks to the green drop compliance. So if you look at that particular graph, 7 of our plants are actually green drop compliant. The other 12 are not green drop compliant. And in terms of the green drop requirements, even if you meet your chemical compliance, your biological compliance, your physical compliance, but if your plant is overloaded, automatically you are not green drop compliant. And that's what has affected some of the plants. Next slide, please. So this is basically what I'm trying to explain. We also monitor the hydraulic inflows. In other words, the water that we receive. And you can actually see there that 9 of our treatment plants are hydraulically overloaded. The city has been growing at a rate of almost 1.8% over the last 20 years. So what it simply means is that every 5 years, you must create 10% capacity And that has not been happening. So basically what you are doing is that besides the new backlogs that you are creating, you have historical backlogs that you are not clearing. And that's basically what has led to those 9 plants that are overloaded. We also monitor the flows, the dry weather flows, and also the wet weather flows, because it then speaks to the state of your infrastructure upstream of your treatment plants. So some of the plants actually receive a lot of water during the rain season, because manholes have been tampered with, infrastructure upstream is collapsed. But we don't have the luxury of diverting. We receive what we receive. And there are pros and cons. For example, if we receive a lot of wet weather flow, in as much as it's a problem, but you also it also addresses to some extent your organic loading, because it dilutes the organics. So there are pros and cons, and we monitor that. The yellow plants, those 5 plants, we don't know what may happen in the next few years. They'll probably graduate to the red status, and it speaks to the problem that I think is well known, which is the issue of resources. Next slide, please. In terms of organic loading, 6 of our plants are overloaded because of the type of influent that we receive, which we have no control over. And that affects actually our ability to then treat. Next slide, please. One of the biggest challenges that we face in Ekurhuleni is the industrial pollution. We have a lot of polluters who dump their waste at night at some designated manholes. We have no control over that. What we can only do is to try and trace back the source of the effluent. Sometimes we are able to do that, sometimes we are not able to do that. We are actually running a program where we call it biological fingerprinting, where we actually take samples and then try and trace it back to some of the industries that we know. To some extent, we've actually been successful, and we have actually introduced an organic tariff. So in other words, if we find you, then besides the hydraulic tariff that we apply, there's also an organic tariff that you are levied. Next slide, please. We also monitor the critical equipment, which is basically your aerators, your gearboxes, your motors, because those actually have a direct impact in terms of compliance. So in the last quarter, we had a lot of challenges because of the load shedding, particularly in Q3. There was a lot of load shedding, and also just the hydraulic overloading that we are experiencing. That has impacted on the critical equipment. Next slide. Yeah, I think this is basically the same, except that this is just in figures. Next slide. Now, we also monitor the power outages, because our plants are actually 100% dependent on electricity. And you can actually see the escalation from July. December, there was an upsurge, and it sort of subsided towards March and even towards June. So what happens is that if you've got 2 instances of, let's say, level of stage 4 load shedding, that's almost 5 hours of load shedding. Even if the power comes back, your plant needs to recover, because you're actually dealing with organisms that die off if the oxygen is not constantly supplied. So you have 5 hours of load shedding, you probably need 2-3 hours of recovery. So you've actually lost almost a quarter of your treatment capacity in a day. So that actually affects directly our ability to comply with licensing conditions. Of course, some of our plants at critical stages, there's generators, but you cannot operate the whole treatment plant with generators. Next slide, please. I think I've just explained. In Q3, you can go back. In Q3, we had actually 5,000 hours of load shedding. In Q2, we had 3,000 hours of load shedding, which then speaks to the previous slide that I've actually highlighted. Next slide, please. So the other challenge that we experienced is the shortage of ferric chloride, which is just a coagulant that we use for treatment, and also chlorine gas. And these are actually supplied by one supplier in the region. And they were having their own challenges. So with ferric chloride, we actually, because it's a coagulant, we're actually piloting aluminum sulfate as an alternative. but there isn't much that we can do with chlorine gas. Chlorine gas is very important for biological compliance, and there isn't much. There's no alternative at this stage. So it's a challenge that we are actually facing. Next slide. Yeah, so I think just to conclude, I think the issue of capacity and then the issue of load shedding that need attention from our side. That concludes our presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Western, have we solved the problem of the presentation? Okay, perfect. If everyone can just get themselves in the right positions, and then we can get Western. And then what I think members will do, just keep a note of all of your comments and questions. After this Western presentation, we can all go for lunch so that we meet it within the time period. After we come back from lunch, we can engage, then release them and then finish up our meeting. Our meeting shouldn't take too long. It's more of an internal 2 or 3 things. And then if you can introduce yourself again for the record, so it's easier for us to remember when we do our minutes. Thank you.
Afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Bongani Nkambule. I'm the Executive Director, Infrastructure in Rand West City Local Municipality. With me, I'm with our COO, Mr. Mpoti Machaba. And I'd also like to tender an apology for the MM who couldn't make it for the meeting. Thanks, Chair. Okay. Chair, as indicated, we're tasked to provide the status of Hannes van der Kerk wastewater treatment plant in Rand West City. Can go to the next slide. Okay. Chair, we just gave a brief background in terms of the plant itself. The Hannes van der Kerk plant is located in the Western area, Central Business District. And the main challenge there is that it's located opposite unused mining dumps, which is the major cause of our challenge with regard to this particular treatment plant. And in terms of the areas that it services Western area, various areas within our city, Simunye, Pegasdal, to name the few. And then the plant itself, Chair, it's got a design capacity of 37 megaliters per day, and it's made out of 4 modules. And we've got module 1 and 2, which are carrying 10 megaliters. We've got module 3, which is carrying 12 megaliters, and we've got module 4, which is carrying 15 megaliters. And majority of these modules, Chair, are not operational due to theft and vandalism, that I'll talk to in detail, Chair. And then the current focus as a municipality currently is focusing on module 4, because it's carrying high capacity, 15 megaliters of the entire 37 megaliters, so that we can refurbish it and replace all the equipments, electromechanical equipments that are vandalized. And Chair, we've managed to secure funding from DWS in the 2022-2023 financial year of 50 million, and also in the current financial year, we're going to get another 50 million. We've got another 50 million through the WSIG grant, the Water Services Infrastructure Grant, Chair. The next slide. Okay. In terms of the current status, Chair, the plant is heavily vandalized. We've just indicating some snapshots of the items that are key in the plant which are vandalized. We've got the vandalized return activation sludge, pump station that has been vandalized, dewatering equipment and building. Next slide. And we also have the sludge dewatering equipment and building that has been vandalized. We've got also vandalized electrical equipment in the particular plant, Chair. In terms of challenges, why our plant are vandalized, we've got the issue of security, where we've got illegal miners in our area which are heavily vandalizing the plant. And this started to increase around 2019, where we experienced a high increase in terms of theft and vandalism, where our electrical cables and mechanical equipment were stolen. And also in 2022, around March, It was extremely volatile, whereby we also experienced 2 fatalities, where 2 security guards were killed on site, and also 2 municipal vehicles were burned and on site, and all the electrical feeder cables supplying the plant were also stolen, and also the electrical transformers and panels at the plant were bombed and vandalized. So basically, we were just chasing after repairing what has been vandalized on the plant on an ongoing basis. Chair, can go to the next slide. And then just to give a highlight of the extent of the security challenges and the costs thereof, I wouldn't go to all of them, but we are indicating the asset that has been damaged and also the case numbers that have been opened with the SAPS and also the estimated replacement value of the assets that has been damaged, because also part of our pump stations that are feeding to the treatment plant are also vandalized. The estimated value was currently sitting at 111 million if you look at all what has been vandalized to date, Chair. And then the next slide talks about the current intervention. We're looking at what we have done as a municipality between 2022-23 financial year, and also what we're going to also be doing in 2023-2024 financial year. As indicated earlier, Chair, we have prioritized to put all our resources and efforts to Module 4 so that we can deliver service. That's where now the first amount was allocated to, that we got from DWS. But the estimated budget for the refurbishment of Module 4 is sitting around plus minus 275 million, which we're going to be implementing in phases, working with DWS. The scope that has been covered to date, Chair, is that we had to deal with the perimeter fencing and security on site, and then also clearing and cleaning the clarifier tanks, which has been done. But key of the allocation was used to procure long lead time equipment, our electromechanical equipment, limited by the budget that we are having because we're implementing the project in phases, Chair. And then also in the current financial year, the business plan is in the process of being approved for the next 50 million that you're going to get so that we can implement and continue with the project in phases, Chair. And then in terms of challenges and recommendations, we've got a big challenge because our plant, based on the extensive vandalism, is not compliant in terms of the green drop status, and also the fact that it has been stripped down to the ground, and also that because of that, then we are not compliant as the plant is not compliant. And the department also, while working with the department, they are also issuing letter of intent for directives for non-compliant in terms of the plant. And then also what we are indicating as a challenge is that despite security efforts by the security company that we've got and working together at the SAPS, we do have a challenge whereby perpetrators are apprehended, but there's, in terms of success rate, in terms of the cases, we are not seeing a positive success rate in terms of convictions there. And then also continuously working with SAPS, we are monitoring the scrap metal dealers in our vicinity to ensure that they are not buying any copper cables or mechanical equipments that might be taken from our plant. But in terms of the support and what we request from national and provincial support, Chair, is that for us to be able to accelerate the refurbishment of this plant, we need more money because with WSIG grant, per financial year we can only get 50 million and we need more than that in a financial year. So it delays the impact in terms of how we are refurbishing the project, the site. And then we saying we need increase in terms of the allocation, one. And then two, we need also support from national and provincial in terms of dealing with the illegal miners in our space because as Randwest, we are a mining town and the mining activities are declining. So the illegal miners, they are targeting our infrastructure now continuously. So we need support in terms of dealing with that. And then the last part, Chair, it has been discussed at length about considering the plant to be declared as a national key point, to support us in terms of securing the plant, because we are struggling as a municipality to secure it as best to the level that we want to secure the plant to, Chair. So basically that concludes the presentation. I thank you, Chair.
Chair.
I'm so deep in the work that I'm doing at the same time.
Money there.
I wish. Maybe my mood would be better. All right, that was Ikuruleni. Honorable West Rand, sorry, we did Ikuruleni and then West Rand. Honorable members, I see it's 13:59. So I think we should break for lunch. Let's give ourselves half an hour, come back and engage. Of course, you are all invited for lunch with us. I'll make sure I catch up so I'm on the same page. There's West Rand as well. And then in that sense, we can start at 2:30. Right, does that give us enough time? Mavis, they won't close lunch before then, right? Okay, perfect. Thank you, honorable members. We'll see each other at 2:30. Right, honorable members, I'm going to note hands to engage the last three presentations. That includes Ekurhuleni, Westland, and Sedibeng. There were some specifics, but there were also a lot of, you saw very similar issues around the vandalizing, around the security issues, etc., etc. So let me now note hands. Who would like to engage first? Member Ngube, we'll note you first. Member Malema, and then I'll put in some of my thoughts as well. And also, if you can just indicate to us if there is somebody in the room, or rather who's not in the room, who needs to be here before they answer the question, just let us know as well. Yeah, HOD, can we just check up on the HOD, guys, somebody? Thank you. Member Ngube, over to you. Okay, save that part for us.
On the, thanks, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you for all the presentations that we have received, which you didn't hide anything, because others attempted to give the glossy report, but you mentioned everything. The challenges are not your challenges, are all our challenges as a country. Let me start with Ekurhuleni. With the 19 treatment plans, you raised very important things in terms of the constant monitoring, hourly, and all those things. And you also indicated the constraints. Where I have an interest is on the industries that are dumping their waste. I am deployed at Alexandra Parliamentary Constituency Office, and one of our challenges there is the pollution of the Jaskei River. So I organized stakeholders meeting, councillors and other stakeholders who, as they were raising their concerns to say Jaskei River pollution is the contributory municipalities. It's not only Joburg, but also Ekurhuleni. They say there are companies, they mention them with their names, that their chemicals, they say they're dangerous chemicals, they get to Jaskei River. And they see these trucks coming in the evening, and during the day, they dump this toxic waste. And then what then happens, though people were moved at the bank of the river, but others came back there just like this. And the children that are staying here, they play with this water. The concern, there's a stakeholder that is called Child Protection Authority. So they were raising the concern that these children will be burnt by these chemicals. Also, there is now a dam in the Jaskei River, meaning water can't flow as it's supposed to be, because this dam, not only from the companies from Ekurhuleni, but also companies from Sandton and wherever, different areas. So at the end of it, we were then saying, because we had called JMPD, bylaws enforcement, we called the SAPS, we called the Department of Environmental Affairs. But after all those debates, we then saw that it's not only relating to the environmental affairs or Joburg municipality, but it also goes to the Ekurhuleni municipality. And we requested the MEC to pull in even the National Water and Sanitation Minister, So that because everybody has been going there, the president, the ministers, they've been getting there, and there is no resolve on this issue. So your concern is also our concern to say, I mean, there is also a waterfall within the Jaskei River, but it can't be a tourist place if the water is like that. So what we got from JMPT in terms of law enforcement is that the trucks get impounded, and then people are saying, no, you impound them for 2 hours, and after 2 hours you release them. And the levy or the fine is 1.5. Who can't pay 1.5? You talked about you charge them tariff and levy. I don't know how much is your levy that you are charging, but what we got from JMPT is it's nothing. Hence, these people won't stop, because if also you release the trucks after 2 hours or 3, so it's a non-issue to them. They'll keep on doing it, which is the same with this one, because you charge them this levy and this tariff, and then you are able to trace it to know. But I think where we have a problem, it's the biting of the law. It's beyond your power, but the system is promoting, in inverted commas, this thing, because there's no heavy fines to say, no, we impound and sell these to neutral people. They will feel the pain to say we need to buy these trucks and all those things. With regards to West Rand, this Zama thing, and I remember in my history as an NCOP whip that there was a team that was sent to Free State, Gauteng, because at that time there were more in Gauteng and Free State. We visited all these areas, and they told us that, you know what, the captain of mines industry, they close the mines. Well, it's still, it's not that the gold has disappeared. It's still in a good form, but to run away from the taxes and all those things, they then say, no, we're closing this. As they close, they just change these people that were working to be Zamazamas. Even the situation that how much are they paid? I paid 2,000, what, after getting a lot and the environment of killing each other there. But I think when I was Googling last month, I saw the forums, national forums on illegal miners. So what does that mean? It means we need to go back to interdepartmental police and DMR and whatever, all those people, to say, but how can we have this illegal forum when these people are destroying the country? We give them a platform just to have that, because if there are those forums where officials at high level or ministers, they do meet with them, why then these people, I mean, it's an unabated actions that they are doing. There's no consequences, it's fine. They emerge here. There's a WhatsApp that has been trending last week. Somewhere in these White Mountains, because now they are hounding them down there. They are on these mountains. It's families. It's like now they have the shacks there. So whilst you hound them down, after down they just, was resurfacing, we're on the surface now. We're not taking them to where they're coming from. We're not jailing them and imprisoning them and all those things. So it's a country's problem. It's not your problem. There's no way that we can have money, because the money we redo whatever that they've broken. They come back, they take it. It's just an arson, treason that they are doing, and under our nose. Thank you very much. It's very bad.
Thank you, Member Ngube. Member Malema.
Chair, thank you. In essence, allow me to basically start by welcoming the three presentations from Mfuleni, Ekurhuleni, and West Rand. We appreciate and note those presentations. Chair, initially I had three questions. The first one I forgot, but the second one is almost similar to the first one, and the third one I can't complete, at all I can't even remember it. But let me pose questions that I can remember, beyond the three that I've forgot. Mfuleni, maybe let's start with the, you are confronted with serious challenges there. We've noted those challenges. And one of the attributing factors towards your unfortunate state of affairs is around staffing. Because you are saying your vacancy rate is at 69, if not mistaken. It's very high. It's very high. I don't know if maybe you do have a process plan in place to try and, make sure that you fix that, because that in itself, and I don't know if maybe you are referring to funded vacant posts. Maybe if you can also clarify us on that one, but I think it's very high. The other thing is that with regard to, or in your response to the damages caused to your infrastructure and as well as the thefts of your equipments, I think you have shown that a replacement, especially even of those old pipes that have overaged, replacement is not your priority. Instead, you come up with some other temporary measures there. I don't know if maybe, is it because of some, as a result of budget constraints? Because I should think that the way that we've, the way in which those some of your pipes are, that state, obviously the priority should have been to replace them. But stemming from your presentation, it's like replacement comes as a remedial step of the last resort. So, and that in itself, I think if you keep on applying this temporary, because of, I think you said it's too costly to replace those pipes and so on, but these temporary measures as well, I think in a way they will impose, they will unwittingly impose an unnecessary setback. And preferably it was going to be, I think it's advisable that maybe you should consider replacements of those old pipes as a remedy of, as a priority. And it's not something that is happening in your municipality. I think in other municipalities as well, I think City of Tshwane, we've noted that as well, that it's one of the challenges that they are confronted with. But again, you will replace some of those that were stolen, the equipments that or infrastructure that was stolen, and they will keep on coming back to steal them. So do you, when you replace them, do you also have some kind of a mechanism in place to make sure that there isn't going to be a recurrence of theft in that space? Because obviously there should be some kind of a mechanism put in place. There should be ways and means of preventative measures that ought to be taken, or ought to be put in place. Because you can't keep on replacing and you don't do anything about that. So I did not get a process plan in place that at your disposal to which would seek to assist in ensuring that there isn't going to be a recurrence of activities. And 100, and you say not less than 165 pipes that have collapsed. And obviously that I should think that it's got serious service delivery implications. it's posing in a way, by implication, serious a setback on your side. So if I may ask as to what are you doing with those beyond the process that you have outlined? Do you have contingency measures that are there to assist you so that at least you can have some kind of a long-term solution towards that situation? And well, you said something about recruitment plan with regard to the 69%, whatever, of the vacant positions. I think we've noted that, it's fine. Yeah, okay. The West Rand, well, maybe as a matter of interest, the first question would be with regard to the name of your, is it a treatment plant? You know, it's called something like Hannes what? Why Hannes what? Is it Hannes what? Van Niekerk. Why is it named after Van Niekerk? I mean, maybe there are reasons enough convincing that you should get those kind of things under this democratic dispensation. Things being called Abu Hannes van Niekerk. Maybe there's a reason enough convincing. Perhaps you can just take us into confidence. But I'm just raising this as a matter of interest. You are also encountering this, you know, a challenge around, you know, vandalism and theft as well. And then you said that one of the problematic areas, or in fact you said that there is, I mean, part of commission of this crime, it's done by illegal miners and stuff like that, you know, and you've mentioned that at some point you engage SAPS and National Department, and you also mentioned that at some point 2 security guards, all security officers were killed, vans were banned and so on. So do you have a process plan in place which seeks to augment or beef up your security measures on your own without having the intervention from either the SAPS or the national government or the national sphere of government? Do you have that in place? And then have you already applied that? And is it producing the desired results? Maybe if we can have that answered. So the amount that you are having, the estimated budgets of 275 million, is it all what you want in order for you to get the state of your infrastructure and also of service delivery in terms of water supply at where it's supposed to be? If we can get that. But lastly, Ekurhuleni, is it Ekurhuleni? I did not get it, Chair, as to this ERVAT. Is it ERVAT? I did not get it as to for how many plants is it responsible or is it servicing? If we can get that. But I think also the other thing that we're getting, and I stand to be corrected, there is a non-compliance from Ekurhuleni, and that non-compliance, we are told that it's as a result of power outages. It's making it almost impossible for you to comply with the provisions, or rather the dictates of your license. But knowing what we know, that power outages, and you said I think 100% of your operation depends on electricity. So I just wanted to check that, knowing that obviously power outages is beyond your control anyway. But and you don't know as to whether this will be with us forever and so on. Do you have some contingency measures in place that in the event that you are still continuing to encounter the power outages, you can have mechanisms that would assist you to even operate outside that, so that at least you don't find yourself always not being in compliance with the provisions of your license? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member Malema. I also have a couple questions. Let me just get my notebook here properly. Let me start with Mfuleni Sedibeng. Have you done the costing of the collapsed pipelines? And if you have, what is the cost? Is there a direct link between the collapsed pipelines and the functioning of the Sedibeng wastewater treatment facility? Provincial CoGTA supports the implementation of capital projects in municipalities. Have you asked for the province's intervention, or does it have to be done through a Section 139? That's quite an important one. So maybe just to repeat it. So Provincial CoGTA, we know they support the capital projects in municipalities. Is there provincial intervention, or do we need a 139 there, Section 139? On the non-payment of service providers over the MIG projects, have you engaged with the National Department of CoGTA, because they are the custodian of that particular MIG funding, to request for more funding? And what steps have been considered by the municipality to ensure that service providers are paid on time? That's Mfuleni. On Ikuruleni, I think we're quite happy to hear that testing happens on an hourly basis. I know it might be an industry standard. I was not aware of that. We're all lay people. Member Malema spoke to that, but I think it's fascinating, and it's fundamentally important. And also it does give hope. I'm the kind of person who drinks tap water, who goes to a restaurant and orders tap water. So when I hear these things, it makes me feel better. Because every now and again you fall ill, as one does, and people are like, yeah, it's because you drink tap water. And I'm very happy to hear it's not the case. So that's quite important as well. I also want to speak to this national chemical shortage. Now that's fascinating for me, because, and Sizwe, we need to pick up on this. The fact that there's one producer of bulk chlorine gas and ferric chloride, if you look at the shortages, it's worse on the ferric chloride. And that's also related to load shedding and lack of electricity access, etc. This is something we need to take forward nationally as well. So it's not just from a CoGTA perspective. You almost need various different departmental interventions, and to say, well, why is there a monopoly in the market? You know, how do we open up so that there can be other producers in the space, so that if one fails, at least we have another producer, even if it's a smaller one that starts up. Because from the way I read it, this is not a nice to have, this is a fundamental to the treatment of water in the country. And if it's such an important thing, why do we only have one producer? So I'm very interested in that. That might even be a topic, you know, for an FIS, etc. But I'm very interested in how we open up that space, because that's also a systemic and structural problem. On West Rand, I see the level of vandalism at this Van die Kerk wastewater what seems more hectic, right? Vehicles are torched, people have been killed, etc., etc. Now that points to what I was saying earlier, but perhaps even worse. And there's a serious need for intervention now. Those dates predate us now. They look like 2021, 2022, but that's still in the recent history. And I think that might require a specific task team. It might even require the MEC of Safety and Security to go do Ogai Molau vibes there. There's some problem there, because we've heard vandalism across the board, and I'll speak to that in a moment, but it seems particularly acute in the West Rand. Also, again, it's not enough for the police to request scrap metal dealers not to buy copper. Oh, nice, lovely. Please don't buy copper. It's not going to do anything. We need to criminalize it. We need to do random sweeps. We need to arrest 1 or 2 people so that everyone starts to see, actually, this whole industry that's running, there is some amount of consequence for the whole process. I know that the cables outside my own family house while I was in university was stolen every week or every second week because the guys knew it would be replaced with copper. Only when they replaced it with a different alloy did they stop stealing the cable. And it was the same problem. So this again is, and I hate using the word mafia because, you know, after reading that book, but this is quite clearly another element that we need to intervene on. And even, honourable members, if it is a need for provincial legislation, then that's what we must do. If we must pass provincial legislation that says we criminalize XYZ types of copper being bought without a license, for example, maybe that's how we do it, then that can also ensure that we can regulate the market of scrap metal so they have nobody to sell it to. And if it's a black market, then of course it's already criminal. You come in and you sweep. So that's also quite important. And then I thought generally, after having heard all the different municipalities and what the provincial department has said, I think, Sizwe, in the next cycle, it's worth doing an FIS on the vandalization, obviously of wastewater treatment plants, but I guarantee you tomorrow in our meeting, can we get that door closed? I can guarantee you in tomorrow's meeting, when we're dealing with electricity and energy, they're going to tell us the same thing. So we need to look more particularly in interventions on that. And we need to look more creativity, more around CPFs, yes, but maybe even into specialized units into the police that are more specialized to deal with types of vandalizing. Because I agree we should probably declare them all national key points, but the bureaucracies in the public service take very long. You might find we only declare things national key points at a much later stage, or they may even create a different regulation so that they don't water down what they determine as the national key point. So it might even be another clarification or designation. So that's something we should put forward, and I think it's something we need to do a bit of research into HOD. If we can find out how that works, then we know, is it a political matter, is it a bureaucratic matter, is it a constitutional matter? In which case we'll have to create another designation. We'll call it whatever we need to call it, strategic points of the country, but they governed effectively in the same way. So that's something I'd like us to look at, and I think we've made the note on the FIS. Let me leave it there because there's quite a lot that members have said, and then we can allow for answering. HOD, do you want to, oh, with a quick one from Member Ngube?
Yeah, just a quick one, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks very much for this. I've just quickly browsed because I know there's been some kind of national intervention. And in terms of Sedibeng in a water treatment plant, they say here, it has, verbatim, Sedibeng water was disestablished on the 26th of July 2022, and its operation incorporated into Bloom Water and Machalis Water. And there is then a presentation that was done to the NCOP with regards to that, the whole plan and way forward on that, which touches some of the things on CAPEX and all those things. I think, Honorable Chairperson, as you say tomorrow, we'll have to have this.
Yes.
Vis-a-vis what either province and the municipality is saying. Otherwise, the vandalism and theft of infrastructure is also in this presentation that was done to the NCOP. As I also said that in September, the NCOP is coming. One of the site visits, it's the Val River, Sedibeng water, whatever. So we'll need to also, we'll be there in terms of what is here and the commitment that were done to the NCOP by the ministry, what is the progress. Also, how are your working relations with the Free State? Because if it is taken, responsibility is taken from yourselves to Free State, so there must be that interaction as the impact you also feel it in Sedibeng. Thank you very much.
Thanks. HOD, do you want to start, or would you like the municipalities to begin?
Yeah, Chair, let me just make one comment. The Portfolio Committee raised the issue of capacity specifically in Mfuleni, specifically when it comes to management. I can just say that the department is equally concerned not about the capacity only in Mfuleni, but also all other municipalities, because we have asked them to periodically report to us on the status of filling of senior management position and also municipal managers. At this point in time, all municipal manager positions has been filled. I am particularly concerned about Mfuleni on the one end because the current available funding, the budget deficits, make them to rethink what they need to fill at any given point in time. The Tshwane with the highest at 90% vacancy rate with only the city manager appointed is also a key concern. But that is obviously as a result of some of the political challenges where there's a change of mayor, change of speaker. Whether the shortlisting has been done, you just need to restart the process again. But with some stabilization, we hope to get some traction there when it comes to the filling of the positions. But it is a key concern for CoGTA, and we are monitoring that. Let me allow the municipalities to respond in the order that the presentations was made, Chair, and we can maybe come in later as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, and honorable members. Maybe let me just clarify the first one, that is about the Sedibeng water that was disestablished. We are in Sedibeng district, not Sedibeng water. Sedibeng water was a water board, and that had assets in the Free State and in the Northwest. So those assets were split. Those that are in the Northwest, I think they've gone to Botsulo Water, to Machalis Water, and those in the Free State have gone to, and the Northern Cape have been absorbed in Free State under Bloom Water. So we actually do not have a relation with them at the moment because we are Sedibeng district, and we are Mfuleni municipality in Sedibeng district. Just to clarify that one. The first question I think that came through, it's the issue about the high vacancy rate in Mfuleni. Yes, I think I will also include what the DG has just commented about when it comes to Mfuleni as a whole at senior management level. I am the Chief Director of the Water and Sanitation Unit that is called Metialekwa. And currently I am the only executive that is permanently appointed that reports directly to the municipal manager at Mfuleni. So the other director positions, executive director positions are vacant. So that is 1 out of 9, including the chief risk officer and the chief audit exec. So it's almost like there's only the municipal manager that is permanent at this point in time, and myself reporting to the municipal manager. When it comes to the water and sanitation unit itself, there is the challenge at management level. Of the 7 managers that are supposed to be reporting to myself, only 2 vacancies are filled. And I must say these 2 vacancies are not operational vacancies. You know, we're having vacancies at critical positions. We have, however, developed a plan to fill up the critical positions which the municipality has budgeted for. But as to the total structure, we have engaged with the implementing agent and the department, because as it is now for the water entity, the water and sanitation unit, we will not be able to cover all of them. But the department has given us a time frame to fill in these positions that are critical, and then they will take off the others that are also critical and need us to comply with the type of class and the type of the classes for the operators. So there is that plan that is approved to ensure that we will be able to recruit. It's only a matter of time that we will fill those positions, because these are not skills that you get readily. They are scarce skills. There's a question on on vandalism and how we prioritize. Through the program itself, the Section 63 program, we have had to change some of the specifications when it comes to the type of the perimeter fencings that we'll have, the type of doors and locking mechanisms, and additional electronic security that is required. So some of those specifications and recommendations were changed, and those are being implemented through the implementing agent, that is Randwater, so that that security, that level of security is increased before we can say the infrastructure is there and can be commissioned. So at the pump stations already, that is the approach that we are taking. The replacement of pipes, as reported earlier, that it's more than 165 years. It's quite a mammoth task, and I think at this point in time it's difficult to cost them. We can just do a rough estimate, but we have not costed them, Chairperson. What has been done is that there's a program to deal with all the pipes that are 300 millimeter and above for sewer that are classified as bulk, all of them. So there's a specific program to deal with that, and that will be dealt with under the funding that will be coming from RBIG as well. So that challenge, we hope to deal with it in that fashion. However, the biggest challenge is still the fact that the procurement process of the intervention is very slow, and we are almost at halfway that of the time period that has been planned for the intervention. So the team, there's a team that meets regularly on every Monday and deal with strategic issues that needs intervention. We have identified these projects that there will be projects that will go beyond the intervention period that has been placed there. So we are fully aware of that. Some of the activities and some of the projects, especially the big project for the 50 megaliter upgrading of the wastewater treatment works in Sedibeng, it will take almost 3 years, that one alone. And we are almost 18 months with the intervention, and we are still at procurement with that. So it's something that we are aware of, but there are those plans to ensure that there will be relevant extensions required for that to be covered. The other issue that is there a direct link with the collapsed lines to the wastewater treatment works. Yes, definitely there is, Chair. The impact, as I've shown in one of the slides, when it comes to the flows that were coming in. So most of these collapse lines, resulted in sewer ponding in the settlement areas, and we couldn't receive it for treatment. So that was the first one. And as that happens, you definitely have media on your back. We have local media, we had national media all the time when such is happening, and it deals a lot with our reputation and how we provide the services. And also we have a lot of pressure groups and lobby groups, advocacy groups that have opened cases against the municipality. So there are court cases that we are busy with ourselves and the department in this case, because the department, since the invocation of the Section 63, the department has taken the responsibility for Water Services Authority, so they are cited in all these cases now. And there are specific responsibilities that they have taken over. When it comes to engaging with the National Treasury on the non-payment of service providers, we've had a challenge as a municipality, specifically from November 2022, wherein ESCOM had attached the municipal bank accounts, and no transactions could be done through the municipal bank accounts. And there's been continuous engagements with the departments and ESCOM. And the latest is that the negotiations have been fruitful, because as part of the Minister of Finance's budget speech, we have applied as a municipality to be included in the debt relief program, and that was approved, and that has yielded some progress on that. So there are positive results. The bank accounts will be uplifted, and then we'll be able to pay the service providers with the MIG funds that were also part of the attached bank accounts. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Chair, and committee members. From Rand West City, there's few, if not two, questions that one needs to respond to. On the lighter note, the one of the Hannes van Niekerk name, Chair, at my age, I would lie to you. I'd be lying to you. Maybe the CEO can share some light, but I would be lying to you. But key to the questions, the one question is to have a plan separate from the support, SAPS and the likes. Chair, I think around 2019, the municipality spent 10 million to deal with the security upgrades at the plant, where we targeted, we ensure that our high mast lights, we've got 2 high mast lights in the site, they're functional, so that the security guards can see at night. We've put in CCTV cameras, beams, and also we've got a perimeter fence, but we also had to put electric fence around the plant. And also we instructed our then security company to have their base at the plant itself, because it's remote. And for their security guys to call them whenever there's perpetrators, it takes some time. So we felt that the armed direction team should be inside the plant. That assisted for a few months, but obviously the illegal miners, they also changed their strategy. In a sense that they started to come heavily armed at night, and it was more of a war zone, because they used to fire warning shots indicating that we are coming now. And you'll understand what would happen after that. We call police, they delay, and then they accelerated. They moved now from attacking the plant at night to daylight. So as the city of Johannesburg indicated, some of the employees, even in our case, are afraid of going to the plant, because it's more like a war zone in essence, Chair. So those are the challenges that you are experiencing when it comes to this specific plant. And I was talking to the COO, in the very same vicinity, you've got the landfill site. It's also vandalized, same way, by the same perpetrators. So basically, that's the challenge that you are faced with, Chair. But obviously, we need to render a service, and we need to also focus on making sure that you beef up the security. So we'll have to do more, basically, as a city. And then the question around the 270 million for Module 4. Chair, that amount is not sufficient to deal with the entire plant. We still need additional 300 million to deal with the other parts. But as a municipality, we felt that if we can attend to the first module that will give us 15 megaliters, then we can deal with the rest as we move progressively, Chair. I think that is that. The other thing that we've also done is that part of our plan is that each and everything that is copper related in the plant, we're trying to replace it with aluminium. From the feeder cable that supplies the plant, we change it to aluminium, taking it from underground to overhead, all those things, Chair. We're just trying to put things that are of less scrap value as possible as a municipality. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, I'll just respond to the questions that were raised. I think the first question is in relation to industrial pollution. We have since revised our organic tariff to include the effect that will result from the pollutants that we are receiving. In other words, it's no longer a flat rate. We actually look at the composition of the effluent, and we then measure it against the cost of treating. So that formula is now informed by those imperatives. So that has been revised. But of course, we have to accept that industrial pollution is actually, it requires a cross-cutting strategy, because we are at the tail end of the process. And it's very difficult to know who has polluted. So it requires the department, national department, it requires provincial Department of Water and Sanitation. It requires all stakeholders to give us information when that thing happens. From our side, we actually have commenced a research, which I indicated is, we call it biological fingerprinting. So if we take a sample, we should be able to know, we can detect what are the constituent elements in that effluent, and then we should be able to trace it back. So we've got an 80% confidence in that methodology that we have actually started to using. And we've actually caught a few culprits in the process. But of course, sometimes it's very difficult, especially if the constituent elements are not easily dictatable. It becomes very difficult to know who is actually the polluter. There was a question in terms of the 19, how many treatment plants we're handling. It's 19. In terms of our master plan, we actually intend to reduce them to 10. We got a presentation from the city of Johannesburg. They only have 6 treatment plants, but they're treating 50% more than what we're treating. So there's scope for us to reduce in terms of economies of scale. It's very expensive to run small treatment plants. So we have a plan in place to actually reduce that number from 19 to about 10. And then in terms of the contingence plan, as far as ESCOM is concerned, we're actually in discussions with DBSA. Our plants, the 19 treatment plants, we consume about 28 megawatts per day. So DBSA are willing to fund an alternative solar project to the tune of 700 million, so that all our plants have some sort of redundancy in the supply of electricity. Then the last one, I think it's in relation to the sole supplier of ferric chloride. So ferric chloride, it's a coagulant. There is an alternative. You can use aluminum sulfate. The problem is with chlorine gas. There is an alternative, but the problem is that chlorine is actually treated as a weapon of warfare. So you cannot, as an ordinary entrepreneur, just go and start procuring chlorine. There's a lot of requirements that we have to fulfill. I know there's chlorine dioxide, which can be used, but it's actually a strategic national issue that needs to be addressed as far as this particular issue is concerned. I think those were the questions. Thank you very much.
I think that's fine, because we started with the HOD from a provincial perspective as well. Anyone else in the provincial department? I think DDGs, you're covered? Okay, no, that's excellent. Honourable members, I think we got quite a lot today in terms of the wastewater treatment process as a whole. There's quite a few systemic issues that are going to require our oversight. The one is to ensure the maintenance, repair, etc. But I think there's a much broader conversation that we need to have politically moving forward around what we do to support different waste or different strategic key points in terms of vandalization, in terms of crime, safety, security. And then, of course, this chlorine thing is another whole issue. I didn't also quite make sense of it until I thought about it. Of course, it is used in warfare. So it is something that does need to be under the radar and really monitored, so that is quite important. So members, what I think we need to do through the provincial department, in the same way we're going to get some quarterly updates, we do need to look at this as well. And it's something we can discuss with the department and when the MEC is back, because we need to say, well, where are there problems here? Let's assist for those different treasury grants that can be used to assist bulk infrastructure. Where can we assist there? I'm thinking Mfuleni in particular. I'm thinking West Rand around the safety and security issues. Obviously, Kuruleni and CoJ, big metros, a little different. Doesn't mean that there aren't problems. There are major problems. Even just generally with the power in this, and that's another one, power and load shedding that we need to look at. But I really do want to thank municipalities and the provincial department for coming here today, for taking the time for allowing us then to make sense of what's going on, but also for us to then formulate a number of resolutions and ways we can push both the MEC but also the national intervention on some of those more systemic issues. So thank you very much to both the local municipalities and metros and to our provincial department. Members, I'm going to release them now because we are going to be seeing them tomorrow. Not everybody there necessarily, but your counterparts in energy, and we will be seeing the provincial department with the MEC tomorrow. So with that, thank you very much. We will see you tomorrow for those who are invited. Members, we just have 2 or 3 things left. Don't worry, I know we're a bit tired after lunch, but not much left to go. We're going to move to agenda point 6, which is the minutes dated the 13th of June. We're going to hand over to one of our committee administrators. They're going to make a high-level presentation on those minutes. And then we can discuss and adopt as we need, and then we'll move to the FIS. And that also, while we're flighting, it gives an opportunity for our colleagues to make their way out, and I do hope that if you didn't get lunch or something, you can grab something on the way out. Thank you. All right, Charlene, you can take us through.
The delegation consisted of 51 men and 2 women.
I noticed that.
Can you believe it?
I noticed that even earlier on. So it was not just an issue of one municipality, it was all of them. Now look at how empty the room is, it's just us. Charlene, you ready? Okay. Ma'am Toby, you can start, you can go ahead first. Remember, high level.
Chair. Good afternoon once more, honorable members and colleagues. The minutes of Tuesday, 13th June 2023, I'll just, if that would allow me just to go straight to the inputs from honorable members. The opening and welcome. The chairperson was the acting chairperson, Honorable Paul Malema. And the purpose of the meeting was to receive and deliberate and adopt the committee oversight reports on the 4th quarterly for 2022-23 financial year on both vote 7 and vote 13, and to adopt the committee term program since it was the last meeting for the previous term. The apologies are as reflected. And the deliberation and adoption of the committee oversight reports. Fortunately, there were no comments from members on the presentation of the both reports. And the committee term program, the committee coordinator did present the committee term program, and she highlighted on all committee activities, and after thorough deliberation, the term program was adopted as the working document. Also, we had the resolution tracking from on CoGTA. The resolutions were, the researcher highlighted that the committee has sent 6 House resolutions to the Department of CoGTA, which emanated from the second quarterly performance report of 2022-23 financial year. Upon analyzing, he mentioned that only 5 House resolutions should remain open because of outstanding oversight matters, and one should be closed, noting the adequate response and policy implementation by the executive authority in question. However, all those below are the resolutions which were mentioned, and petitions was none. The correspondence, the committee coordinator informed the committee that the Auditor General had forwarded a report on local government audit outcome MA for 2021-22 financial year. And on the Auditor General consolidated report, the committee coordinator informed the committee that the referral from the Speaker's office on the auditor's report on local government was available upon request, and the date of the meeting was to be communicated to honorable members. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mem Dombi. Member Malema, you were chairing that day, so I can't take it from you. Member Ngube and Member Dialga will have to adopt and second this particular meeting. Member Ngube?
I propose for the adoption of these meetings through record of what happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Dialga?
I will second that, ma'am.
Excellent. Thank you very much,
When I
member.
raise a hand, I actually wanted to welcome somebody back, not necessarily.
Please welcome, please do, go ahead, go ahead. All right, now we're on, yes, we welcome Member Dialga back. Thank you for coming. Actually, perfect timing so we could adopt our minutes. We're now on to our FIS, and that is the presentation of the topics. I see Sizwe is already in position, that means he's going first. And then we'll go over to Maxon after that. And remember, members, we're going to choose a topic today. And then after that, that's basically it, eh? So don't worry, this is the last thing we have to get through. Sizwe, over to you. Remember, your members are tired, huh? So, yeah.
Yeah.
We know his room number.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon. Chair, I'm going to take you through the FIS topics. These ones, they emanated from the budget for the current financial year. And then you can move, Charlene. Slide number, yes. This is my first topic that I've developed. Here we are looking at evaluating the implementation of the roadmap on powers, functions, and metro system of government. So they have